Hello, everyone. My name is Katie, and welcome to the Greenland Quilter channel. Hope everyone has been having a really great Saturday afternoon. If it's evening your time in Europe or here over in Greenland where it's in the evening hours already. So I hope everyone is having a great day. And yeah, so I'm a little slow today, but that's okay. So I hold on a minute. Okay, so what we're going to work on today is I wanted to share with you this really cool um, paper piecing pad that I got in my Cotton Cuts Rosa Your Way Notions box. It'd been sitting in the box and I remembered seeing it, but I didn't really pay much attention to it because I thought it was just triangles. Come to find out, that's not exactly what's true. You get to do scrappy string sewing on paper while having a background over here. So tonight what I'm going to do is I'm going to start on this, and this is going to be something progressively that I'll rotate in between string block making because I think it'll be fun to do both while over the next few months until I get enough blocks to create a quilt with. And I'm going to share the links for these on and off throughout the channel tonight. So anyone who's interested in it, because this is really cool. Because if you're I don't know what you call people who have trouble doing improv scrappy quilt or making the little blocks and stuff, or just scrappy creating all together. This is a way to help keep your OCD in check because you can do your colors here and you can do your background over here and be perfectly content that you're staying rather organized with how you put your scraps together. But this is a really cool pad. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share two different links. The first one is so the cheapest place to buy this at that I can see. I haven't gone to look at Cotton Cuts yet to see what the price is on theirs. I will go check that out because it could be cheaper than Fat Quarter Shop. Um, the company that makes this is called Layla Gardunia, and she has several different kinds of scrappy pads that she has created. You can go to her website, and I'm going to share her website with you also, the shop part of it. Well, the main page, and then you have to click on shop. But you can actually buy these in PDF format as well. So there's that. And then she has all kinds of different scrappy types of paper that you can either buy or buy the PDF of. She also has a freebie of the foundation paper. There's that. So, yeah. So let me go ahead and share the first link, which is for the scrappy paper at Fat Quarter Shop. And I will go look in a minute with Cotton Cuts and see what the price is on theirs. Let's see if the bot wakes up. Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey. Okay, there's the link for that. And then there is the link for Layla's page. And that'll be right behind the other link so that you'll see both of them. So there's both the links. There's the purchase of Scrappy Triangles. You can do it from Fat Quarter Shop. I do not have an affiliate link, so that's not why I'm using Fat Quarter Shop. I just happened to realize it was a little bit cheaper there versus Layla's page. Now, you can buy it from Layla's page if you want to. I'm not telling you not to. That's not what I'm saying. But if you're pinching pennies, then that would be the way to go. Okay. But I will check on Cotton Cuts in just a second once I get things started. Okay, let me say hello to everyone in the channel. All right. Hey, Misty. Hello, Linda. Hi, Sherry. Hi, Denise. Hi, Brenda. Hi, Damali. Hi, Joe from Vintage Style. Let me see if I missed anybody. And hello, Patricia. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you this. These will be the first two that I'm going to start. Uh-oh, where's the other one? Uh-oh. Okay. So I just pulled out the first two pages of this, and this is what this first one looks like. Uh, hmm. Let me turn that over. Okay, now let's try that again. Okay, now you can see it better. So this was the first one I pulled out, and this is like page number 2. But you don't have to do them in any order, I don't think, because it doesn't say anything about doing it. Like, I just wanted to do 2 simple ones so that you could see how easily they'll come together and what you need for scraps. So the part for doing your background here on this section here, you're going to need to cut the size that you're going to need to make these triangles from. I guess it's okay to, this is not a pattern, so I should be able. So basically you're going to cut 7 3/4 inch strips for this, because this is going to make a 6-inch block. Okay. So you're going to cut 7 3/4 inch strips for your triangles. Then you're going to subcut that so that you have 7 3/4 inch squares. Then you're going to cut on the diagonal to cut that square in half to make 2 triangles. And then you're going to use all your triangles for this side of this paper. And you're going to use scraps that you have in your scrap stack to do this side of it. But you're going to start on this side, because you'll see it says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this one says the same thing on the more simpler one. 1, 2, 3, 4. And you just follow the numbers. Here's what I'm going to use for my background. I'm going to finally use this batik. I've had this particular one for a long time, and every time I thought I was going to use it, I'm like, no, I don't want to cut it because it's so beautiful. I love how the designs on this fabric is just, and I'm all, the sun makes you happy in the blue sky, you know what I mean? But yeah, I know I'm being weird. But yeah, I just really like it. And I think that it will go pretty well with any scrap I use. I'll just have to be careful about when I'm putting colors here, I have to make sure that if it's the same color, it might not look right. But there's no rule to this. You can make it not look right. It's up to whatever you love the most to do. You get as creative as you want to with it. Whatever inside of you says, hey, use that color. You use that color. That's what you do. Hey, Denise. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take 2 out of here, out of this little pile I've already cut, because I went ahead and cut this right before I started the live. And then I'm going to, I have lots of boxes of scraps actually. I need to get one other scrap box. So I have several containers like this of just batik scraps from where I've been, like when I made my Stronger Togethers and my because those were batiks. My first Sugary Dew was a batik. In fact, I was going through this box right here, and I'm like, oh, I remember these. So I'm kind of, let's see what we can dig out for the first 2 blocks. So what has everybody been working on today? Have you been just vegging today and relaxing, or have you been sewing? If you've been sewing, what have you been sewing on? Inquiring minds want to know. And if you have any questions about this paper, let me know, and I'll go back. I will be going over this more than once tonight, because I know people will be drifting in and out. And I'm not sure how many of these I can get done tonight. We're just going to go with the flow, because I want to keep it relaxed and just enjoy sewing and enjoy talking. I know Teresa was supposed to come with me to sew with me tonight, but she said they were having bad weather and bad wind. So she may not be able to get on. But those of you that's been on my Zoom before, if you want to hop on, let me know. I'll send you a link. If you want to join me on the Zoom part of the live, you're welcome to. And if Teresa finally comes, that's okay too. I mean, I don't think she's going to care if other people are on here with me. I just wanted, extra help. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through this box first, and I'm going to start with this first paper, since it's very simple. Let me see if I can get this turned the right way. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do is I already know I'm going to use this um triangle here. I'm going to go ahead and lay that there. And then I'm going to come into my little stash box and we're going to see if I can find, because these are, you notice these are strips. So if you keep your strips wide enough, and there is instructions in here. Let me this is what the instructions say, and this is what it's recommending you use. Supplies. To make the 6-inch scrappy triangle box, you need basic quilting supplies, including a glue stick, which I'm not using, flathead pins, rotary cutter, ruler, cutting mat, sewing machine, iron, and seam roller. To piece all 50 triangles in this pad, you will need approximately 2 yards of fabric and 1¼ yards of background fabric. I'm sorry, let me try that again. 2 yards of scraps and 1⅛ yard of background. Okay, there, said it right. Then it says solid or solid reading fabrics work best for the large unshaded background, but you can do what you want. You're going to cut 20, because this is a pad of 50. You're only going to need to cut 25 7¾ inch squares for the background. Then you're going to cut the squares in half on the diagonal, and each square provides background for 2 triangles. And then the rest of this says is you just have yourself some strips. Okay. Kevin, welcome. Nice to see you, Tuber Chat. Kevin, yep, thank you for coming. Okay, some more have drifted in. Hey, Misty, hello, Denise Patch. Did I miss anyone? If I've missed anyone, let me know. Hello, okay, so I'm going to go ahead and leave this sitting here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come into my box of scraps right here. Okay. And I'm going to pull out some of this one's got a little bit of cotton mixed in. So I've got to move the cotton aside because I don't want to use cotton today. Okay, so I'm randomly picking out 4 pieces of scraps. That felt like 2, but it's not. Okay, so now, do I like these colors? I think these colors work okay, but I think I'm going to switch this a little bit and see if I don't like it better like this. So I'm going to show you, you're looking at this right now. Do you like it like this? How I've set up the colors? Or do you think that the yellow should go on the outside and the purple inside? What do y'all think? Tell me this way. Let's say this is number 1. If you like number 1, put number 1 in the chat. If you liked it the other way, where I put it like this, put number 2, and let's see what we get. Hey, Ellie yeah, Ellie Fish, hello. Welcome. So which way did you like it? 1 or 2? This is 2, and this is 1. Ellie Fish says 2. Misty says 2. I know there's more in here. Sherry says 2, which is this way. Yep, like that. Hi, Patricia. Patricia says 2. So far, it's 2 so far. Anyone else? Linda says 2. I think putting that yellow right here helps bring this out. Anyone else? I know there's more in here. Y'all vote. I love input. You know that. I haven't put my poll up yet, but there's going to be one going up, which is kind of comical. Oh, okay. It looks like 2 so far. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2 so far. All right. So you notice they're kind of big strips, but that's okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this blue aside. Hey, Mary G. Mary, let me show you what they're voting on so that you get a vote too. Okay, so this is, let me put it back the way it was. I'm making a scrappy block, okay? And what we're talking about is the colors down below the blue triangle, okay? This is number 1. And this is number 2. Which way do you like this best? Did you like the one that I just showed you? Or do you like the 2? Color placement. Yes, that's it. Words are not here today. I still have a foggy brain, you guys. Sorry. Okay. That's going to look like a cool block, too. Denise says 2. Looks like the 2s are winning. Anyone else? Okay. And Mary G says 2. And Denise says 2. Alrighty. Okay. All right. So I'm going to move this aside. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to lay these on top of each other in the order that in the order I'm going to sew them. So that means I need to move this on top of the purple, this on top of that one, and this one on top of that one. Okay. Now, first thing I'm going to do is, I always do this. I will crease all these lines so that I can see on the back of this paper. Because you're not going to be sewing on the front of this paper, you're going to be sewing on the back of it. And then I take a lead pencil and I mark a line on the back so that I can see it better, because my eyesight, I have trouble with my eyesight. And so by putting this on the back, this will help me. And John has been mentioning the last couple times. There, I'm glad to see you made it.
Hi, sorry.
Don't you have nothing to be sorry for? You already forewarned me.
Yeah, power's on. So
Good. I was thinking the power had gone off. So
yeah,
now
it did. It did for a little bit, but the storm settled down and they got it back on pretty fast. So I'm surprised.
I'm glad that's less stressful for you.
Yeah, let's just hope it stays on. Fingers crossed.
Okay.
Okay.
I am so happy about it. All right, Teresa, introduce yourself. Tell them a little bit about your channel. If you're going to work on something tonight, show us what you're planning on working on, and then we'll continue on.
Okie doke. I'm Teresa Louise. I Quilt Too is my channel name. And I do mostly quilting, but I do cross stitch, crochet, I love to do other crafts, arts and crafts, stuff like that. And tonight, I'm just going to keep on sewing on this project I started that I said I wouldn't be starting any new projects this year.
You ended up starting one?
Yeah, I'll never say that again. It is a pattern from the Fat Quarter Shop Sew Sampler box called Snowdrift. And this is the pattern.
Oh, that's pretty.
Isn't that pretty?
It is. Oh, I like
Can
the
you
design in it.
can you see why I couldn't not do it? I mean, come
Nope,
on.
I see, all right.
Yeah. I'm like, all right, I have to do that one. So I've got 2 blocks done. I'll show you. So I got this
Wow.
one,
are you using a fabric line, or are you just pulling from your stash?
I'm using the fabric that came in the box.
Okay.
And it's called Snowdrift Rosemary Cottage Fat Quarter Bundle. It was 6 pieces. And I want to make the quilt bigger, you know,
Mm-hmm.
because that's how I roll. So I
Yep.
pulled out from my stash, I pulled out like 3 more fat quarters um, that I felt matched this fabric line.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, so anyway, so it's, yeah, new fabric that I got and fabric from a stash, plus, you know, my own background, and then an accent fabric. You got to have that. And those both came from my stash. So I
Okay.
didn't really buy anything new for the project. So that's good.
That's good. Yeah, that's real
Yeah,
good.
that's
Yep,
good.
definitely.
Yeah. So from each fat quarter, you get 2 blocks that are the same color.
Oh, nice.
So, and there are going to be leftover from each fat quarter, but I'm thinking about, depending on how much there's left, I'm going to try and do something with them in the border. Like I might do, this has got pinwheels, kind of like in the sashing area. So I might do some pinwheels in the border just to, you know, use up more of that fabric. So
That sounds like a good plan.
I just do not like to have leftovers,
Yeah,
you
I know
know.
what you mean because it adds to your scrap stash.
Yeah, and just don't ever do hardly anything with my scraps. But I am getting better about cutting them down to like, because I'm kind of getting into that potato chip block, doing variations of the potato chip block.
Mm-hmm.
So if I can get 2.5 by 4.5 inches out of a piece of scrap, then that's what I'm doing, and I'm cutting that. Or like a 2.5 inch square. And then I do a 3.5 inch and a 3. So that's basically all I do. And then I have a tote full of just strips. I
Sound
don't
like,
save anything smaller than an inch.
yeah.
So
I don't even, I know 3/4 of an inch can be sewn, but my goodness, it's so tiny when you're getting that
yeah,
small.
that's pretty tiny. I want to
Yes.
do some thread uh spools,
Uh-huh.
blocks. You know, the blocks that looks like a spool of thread.
Yep.
And so I'm going to use those strips for that. So it'll be like variegated thread.
Yeah, be very scrappy too.
Yeah. And so then that'll give me something to do with those, you know. And you could even use salvage in that, you
That's
know.
true. I hadn't thought of that, but yeah, you want to try doing that. That's a great
Yeah,
idea.
I have seen a quilt where they did that with just salvages,
Uh-huh.
and it actually looked pretty cool, I thought. But
Sounds like it. Sounds like something I wouldn't mind trying.
so hello everybody in the chat. Since I wasn't here, Katie, what are you working on tonight?
Okay, so I have um this is called it's a Scrappy Triangles foundation block type paper, and it came in my Cotton Cuts Rosa Your Way notions box, and it sat in is because I still have a few things left in the box I haven't took out because I haven't moved back into my room yet. Um, so I've left them in the box, and I saw it, and I thought it was just a half square triangle pad, and I was in there a couple days ago, and I was in there looking around, and I'm like, wait a minute. And I picked it up and I was looking at the other half of the triangle here. I don't know if you can see this or not, but can you see where they use scraps?
Oh,
So I pulled it out and looked at it and went, and there's 50 in here. and they're all different.
Oh,
Different. And so you can basically use your scraps to build it, and so all 50 of these. So I decided that I was going to start messing with this because I have so many batik scraps that's crazy, and I'm going to use on the side that's the triangle because you're using a background with this. See the triangle right here?
oh, okay.
I am going to use this as my background. I've had this particular petite yardage. It's in yardage a lot. I think I have I think there's either 2.5. I think it's more like 3 yards of this particular one. It's so pristine and pretty. And every time I thought about using it, then I changed my mind. But then I
Mhm.
saw this and I'm like, this would look so cool because I could put this over here and use scraps here and get to showcase these without chopping them up too much, but
Right.
showcase all the different scraps that come from all my past batik pieces. Because I have like 4 containers of scrap from all the batik quilts I've been making over the last year and a half. Because I've been on a batik roll these days.
Yeah.
Has it slowed down one little bit? So
I love
today,
that. I love that as a background on your
yeah, me
triangle.
too. I
Yeah.
think that when it's finished, it's probably going to be a little bit, I don't know, it might end up being in your face. I don't know. Who knows? It
I
depends
don't
on
know.
the
I
first.
bet it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, because when I get this first one sewed and you see how it looks, I think it's going to be pretty. And then you'll have 50 blocks to decide how you want to put them together. So you can either put all the scraps in a way, in a way that, like I've shown y'all before, where you cut up, you can make like half square. When you have this half square here, because this is basically a half square triangle, you can turn these background colors in such a way that you can create stars with the scrappiness on the inside, or you can
Oh,
turn the other way and make the scrappiness part of the stars and the background in the middle.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
I won't know until I have enough of them to see what I want to create out of it. But I do scrappy blocks every other week anyway, so I'm going to rotate in these papers in between string creating blocks. And who knows, I might intermix the two together, or I might have, either way, I'm probably going to end up with 2 quilts out of it, maybe 3.
Hmm.
I don't know. Because I'm trying to use up all my scrap because I'm a little scared about not being able to. I don't want to wipe out all of my yardage stash right now because of how volatile the world is right now and things are expensive right now. And I'm a little concerned about my hobby getting trashed because I can't afford it. So, and I haven't bought fabric since the end of November. That's not like me.
Yeah. I think
I'm
the
used.
last time I bought fabric was in December, and and that was only because it was on sale, for one thing. That's the only
Mhm.
time I really buy it. And it was from Creative Notions, and they were doing their $5 a yard
Oh
um,
wow.
fabric, so I couldn't pass that up.
No,
It's
not $5 a yard. Oh heck no.
no, and there's
I'm just.
still places you can get, um, like I think what we were talking about yesterday, Lynn from Soft Squares.
Hmm.
She does a fabric sale where you can get yardage for $5. So um, that's the kind of places I'm going, and it's still quilt fabric. It's not like it's you know
Yep,
not
I
quilt
know.
fabric.
It's not.
So
Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm, things have been a little tight over here on this side. Our fuel oil that we use to heat the house with. Oh dear God. So
oh,
we had
I
800 liters dumped on us 2 weeks ago. $600.
yeah. But you said what that lasts you a few months
Yeah, it
or
should last at least 78. Well, normally, I never run out because they come every 78 days to to fill up the
Oh,
tank regardless. But if they notice that fuel consumption drops, because it's going to drop soon, because I will go outside and turn the thermostat down probably next. I tried to say something about turning it down now because it's so warm outside, and my husband told me, no, don't do that because then you'll have to go back out there and turn it back up again because he thinks that winter's not done. And so I've left it on, and I'm having to crack the door to let the heat out because it's just too warm in this house for me. But once I turn the thermostat down really low, the only room that'll really be driving heat will be the bathroom. We never turn the bathroom one down because when the tile gets cold, it's uncomfortable to your feet.
right.
And besides, you don't want to take showers in a cold room anyway. So
No.
um, that room will maintain heat, but the rest of the house, it'll be done because I don't get cold in here during the summer. You know, as soon as usually I start turning the heat down around May, and I don't get cold in the house. Not at all.
Mhm.
Even I sleep with the window open if that tells you anything.
Right.
I
I do
just
too.
I can't. I now when I lived in Florida in the winter months, I would not sleep with the window open because it just something about North Florida. It just was too cold. And I think it's because of the humidity that made it feel so cold. Here we have, mostly, I mean, there is some humidity because we have snow on the ground, but the humidity is not near as high as what Florida has.
Yeah. Wet humidity. Like I lived up by Seattle for about 4 years,
Mm-hmm.
and it was like I could never get warm. It's like that
Yeah.
cold just seeps into your bones and stays there. Whereas the places I've lived in, Eastern Oregon and Idaho, is a dry cold. So
Yep.
it's,
Yep.
to me, it's different for
It
sure.
is different. I told Nikolaj, I said, I wish I'd have known about snow clothes when I was racing my horse in the winter months. I'd have been in those snow clothes because it's always so cold because I don't wear jeans anymore because I cannot stay warm in jeans. There's something about the denim does not retain heat here in the Arctic. It just goes right through it. And if I wear leggings that has thermal, I don't know what's in the leggings, but they're thermal, I don't get cold when I'm outside. And I only wear snow pants. I, 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 I switched from a heavy parka to a lighter parka about 4 years ago, I think, because it got where I was constantly sweating in the parka and I'd come home soaking wet. And so I bought a lighter one, but I still sweat in that one too. It's crazy. And I've learned it, if I start sweating, not to take it off because I've done that where I've taken it off inside of a store and then put it back on and there's moisture inside the jacket. And then you're zipping that up and you have this layer of moisture that's stuck to the fabric and your shirt's wet, underneath your shirt is wet, and you walk outside and within 5 or 10 minutes you're freezing. It's, and I've had to learn that the hard way. And that's why, because he would tell me, you unzip it a little bit, don't take it off.
Right.
Me being the stubborn person I am sometimes, I'm like, no, I'm too hot. And he's like, okay, but I'm warning you. And then when that happened the first time, he said, see, because all right, some more people have come in. Let me pick up here for a minute. Hey, Nancy, welcome, welcome. Joe from Vintage Style is here. Let me see who else. Misty already said hello. Hey, Donna. Uh, okay, then we have who else? Oh, I just saw someone else. Hey, Shelby, I'm happy to see you. Quilty Beard Piecing Alicia, or is it Alicia? I'm not sure which. Hello, hello. Welcome, everyone. I'll go back over what I'm working on in just a minute so everybody can be on the same page of what it is I'm doing. Just let me get this one side sewn and then we'll talk about it again. And I have Teresa here and she's working on a fat quarter shop pattern, which is very pretty. What
Yeah.
did you call it again, Teresa?
It's called Snowdrift.
So that's what she's working on. It come from a sew sampler box. And I'm using leftover scraps from all of my boutique quilt tops that I've made to do part of this piecing. And on the other side, you'll get to see here as soon as I finish this block, and then I'll talk to everyone that just came in again. I'll share all the information about it, along with if anyone should decide that they're interested in this particular style of scrap piecing. There is a couple links I can share with you so that if you want to go over and get the paper, or the designer of these papers, she has a website that I'll be sharing with you also, and you can actually buy these papers in PDF format, and she also sells bundles of these PDF format, so that and she's got all kinds of different sizes. I want to buy the ones that are 3-inch and do some 3-inch ones too, because this will make a 6-inch block. So I'm almost to the end here. I'm going to put this last piece on and make sure I don't put that selvage in there, because that would be bad. Because I just see there's a selvage on that, which is odd because it looks like batik. But that's okay. It's all right.
Hi, Brenda.
Oh, hey, sorry.
That's
Go
okay.
ahead.
Hi, Donna. Hi, Sherry. Hi, Misty. Hi, Pam. Hi, Joe. Hi, Alicia. Hi, Sue.
Sue's someone new, I think. Hello, Sue. Welcome to my channel. I've been getting a few new people here lately, and I don't know them, but I hope they come back a few times so I can get to know them too. So welcome to my channel, and this is Teresa Louise of I Quilt Too, that's sewing with me.
And Jamie just popped in. Hi, Jamie.
Hey, Jamie. Hey, Sandy.
Oh,
Nice
hi,
to
Sandy.
see y'all.
And Linda, Irish Sew Lady. Who is Shelby?
Shelby is Math Ink.
Oh, I thought that was Pam.
No, Shelby. I met Shelby at QuiltCon.
Oh.
She's so sweet. I really liked her a lot. Still like her.
Why did I think her name was Pam?
No, I don't know. Maybe there's someone else running around with that same name. I don't know. Could be. Never know. Okay. And as you can see, I'm just basically strip sewing here at the moment. And then I'm going to get, as soon as I get this trimmed so that I can get the triangle on, then I'll trim it down where it looks more um, uniform. And then I'll press it with a hot iron so you can get the overall. See, it's only took me a couple minutes to do this part. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to flip this back over on the front, and I want to peel this back so that I have this triangle here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to trim my 1/4-inch seam allowance right across this. So as you can see, I'm still going to have leftovers over here. And I need a longer ruler. Okay. All right, let's try this one. All right. Okay. So now I'm just lining it up with the edge here. And then all I'm going to do is trim off these excess. And see, it leaves enough excess here that these are big enough. All of these are still big enough to use on something else. Or I can use, probably what I'll end up doing is these smaller pieces. When I get to a paper where there's smaller pieces, because there is some of the papers in this pad that has smaller things to sew, these will come in handy. Okay, so I'm just going to put them over there for right now, and then we're going to open it back up, and then all I'm going to do now is I'm going to line my triangle up right on top of it, make it even right there. And then I don't use glue. I'm a pinner. I don't know. I can't bring myself to stick glue on paper. I mean not paper, on fabric. Because I'm worried that it won't come off. And that probably just me being not really understanding what the glue is made from. Okay, so now I've pinned it. Then I'm going to turn it back over on the other side and I'm going to sew down this line. And I need to close my cutter. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. And I'm going to start at one end. And now I could take that pin out.
Well, I'm not sure either way, Math Geek, so I'm sorry about that, about calling you a different name. So I'll try to remember that it's Shelby. And then Sue says, I watch both of you all the time. You are both favorites. Oh, thank you.
For saying that. I appreciate
So
that.
sweet.
Last night's late night live was a bit of a mess. Oh my gosh. I haven't been able to sleep, so the last 2 nights I've been coming on the and doing a live and sewing. Okay, so now I have this done. I'm going to flip it over, press it with my, and I hope that doesn't cause a problem right there. I hope not. We'll know in a minute. I might not have moved that triangle up enough. About to find out. So I'm just going to press it to start with. Then I'm going to take it over to the iron because I want to make sure all these seams are laying down flat because I'm going to come in here and trim it. So let's go ahead and get the heat to it first. That way all the seams are nice and flat. That is if my iron will wake up.
How do I put my channel in the chat?
Are you you can either do exclamation to Larissa Louise, which should work for you, but if it doesn't, then do exclamation selfie. But try the Teresa Louise part first.
Okay.
Because you are a moderator, so it should. There is something underneath the wheel of this chair. Oh, I see what the problem is.
There you go.
Did it work?
Hi, yeah. Hi, Sandy. There's my channel there for you. I put it in the chat.
Yeah, y'all go over and like and subscribe to Teresa.
And thank you very much for doing that. I appreciate it.
Okay, so now as you can see, it needs to be trimmed up. This is what you're seeing right now. Come on, flip it over. And there's this dotted line here. And this is where you trim it. Trim block on the outer dotted line. So that's this line, but there's only one dotted line because this is a solid line here. And so the solid line is where your 1/4 inch seam, when you sew these blocks together, that's your 1/4 inch seam. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to come over here with my ruler and just trim it up. Move it around again. Let's do the other side first. Okay, and when I show you this block, then we'll talk about this block because I know some of you weren't here earlier when I was talking about it. Okay, now it's been trimmed up and pressed, and now I'll show you what it looks like as a finished block. And this will be our first one for tonight. I'm going to see how many I can make tonight.
Is that what size is that? Is it 5 inch or
6.5, I think.
6.5?
Let me measure it. Because it's either a 6 inch or a 6.5. 6.5. Well, it looks to me like it's more like 1, 2, 3, 6 3/8 more like it. It's like in between the 1/4 mark and the 1/2 mark. That's interesting. Maybe it ends up being 6-inch finished when you sew the 1/4 inch all the way around it. But I followed the I've trimmed it properly, so I don't know. I thought it said it was a 6-inch. Maybe I'm gonna go over this anyway, so let's go ahead and talk about this. Okay, so this is the block, the first block. Now each block will be different in this notepad. So the next one we're gonna do will be this style where there's bigger pieces. Because this was actually the first page and I did the second page. So I'm gonna set that aside so we can talk about this pad. So this is called Scrappy Triangles. It's by Layla Gardunia, and I hope I'm saying her name right. Probably not, because you can never assume that that's how you say someone's name. And it has 50 paper piecing for scrap sewing, with one side of it being a half triangle for solid, whatever background you want to use. And you can use a solid as a background, or you can be as colorful as you want with this. Then you just sew on these strips using your leftover scraps. And there's all different kinds of patterns in here. Can everybody see that okay? Oh, let me spotlight it so they can have up close of it. Hold on a minute. I forgot I could do that. Okay. So this is what it looks like. And there's all different kinds of patterns in here that you can use your scraps in any way you want to. Like these look like half square triangles. Then you got a square with these strips on each side, because some people have small squares left over in there as scrap. Then you have this square where you got stripes going through it. Then there's more detail here. So there's 50 pages of this. And I'll share the links for you where you can find these at. This came in my Cotton Cuts Rosa Your Way Notion box. And at the time, I still have some stuff left in the box that I haven't taken out. And the reason I'm not taking them out is because I've not moved back into the craft room yet. And because of that, so I just left them in the box. And I ignored this because I thought this was just another foundation paper piece, half square triangle kind of deal. I didn't notice that there was design on here. And then when I was going through my box to get a notepad out of the box, I'm like, wait a minute, those look like different kinds of designs on each one. So I opened the front to read it, and I'm like, this could be great for scrap block making. So this is perfect for your scrap staff. A lot of it's string. You can use your string stuff, and some of it, you might have to use bigger pieces of it, but I'm sure you have all kinds of sizes of scrap. And you can mix and match. You can use cotton. You can use batik. Whatever makes you happy. See, look how skinny these are. And then these change direction again. And then as we get further to the back, you're going to notice there's going to be a little bit of, like that looks like a flying geese. That looks like mini flying geese. And then you start seeing this. These are really cool. And all of it, see how it's getting tinier and tinier? So all your itty bitty scraps can get used up right in here on these papers. This reminds me of a sun, like a ray of light coming out from the sun. Then there's this one with the really long ones on it. Zigzag. A different way of going zigzag. And the beauty of this is you're just using your scraps. The only part that you're actually having to measure is the part that you're going to use for your triangles. That's the only part of measurement that comes into play here. And you just sew on the paper. This reminds me of a ruler that my dad used when he was woodworking.
The other thing you could do is, like, if you found one of those that you really liked and you wanted your whole quilt to be the same design, then you could take that and just make copies of it.
Yep. And create an entire quilt out of it. You
Right.
can totally get as creative as you want with this. The sky is pretty much the limit here, you guys. And I had tore these out because I was going to see if I was talking to you guys the other day about foundation paper piecing that Fat Quarter Shop was selling one where it didn't have anything on the paper. It was just the paper. And I was seeing if I could see this through the paper. You know what? I can't. I need a light box to do it because when you put this paper on it, you could because my eyesight's so weird. Can you see the lines through that paper? Anyone? I can't. Even if I pressed on it, I barely could see the shadow of it. But
Yeah.
this paper that Fat Quarter Shops, they sell at 12-inch squares, and there's nothing on them. And you can draw on it and create your own foundation paper piecing with it. And this came in. I'm thinking that didn't come in a. I don't know what it came in, but it came in something with something else because they were advertising about it and they ran a special on it and they were sold out like within a few minutes. But I bought it because I was buying something else that was on sale. And when I got it, I'm like, wow, but she has I don't see any smaller of these kind of things. So anyway, okay. So let me share the web pages with you. Currently there's two web pages I'm going to share with you. The first one is Fat Quarter Shop, and the reason I'm sharing Fat Quarter Shop's one is because these papers are a tiny bit cheaper than the actual designer of the paper. I don't know why, don't ask. But if you feel uncomfortable buying it from Fat Quarter Shop because you're taking money away from Layla, then I'll be sharing Layla's page too. So here's the one for just the paper. And then I'm going to share the link that's to Layla's page. Am I spelling her name right? I'm making sure. Yep. To Layla's page, because she not only has a shop there where all different kinds of papers are there. She also sells this as a PDF bundle. She has all different other kinds of triangles and scrappy stuff, lots of scrappy stuff that's foundation paper piece that you can go and play with. So here's Layla's also. Okay, and then I need to say hi to the people that just rolled in. Okay, so I'm gonna set that aside, and that is the first block. And we're gonna start on the second one. Okay, let me set this aside, and let's say hello to everybody who came in. Hello, Fern King. Hey, Sandy. Hey, I know someone just came in here I didn't see.
Judy.
Judy. Hey, Judy Smith. Hey, Sylvia. Yep, I didn't catch Sylvia either. And then I need to backtrack and see if anyone made any comments that there was something I said. I see those mentions about glue, so we need to cover that part. All right. Teresa says she's working on Snowdrift. Shelby says I need to make lunch, so I'll work for a bit. Let me see here. Sylvia says the only time I use glue on fabric is that first piece in the FPP project. Sandy says she subscribed to your channel, Teresa. Yay! And I'm going to share Teresa's channel again. So any of you who just come in that hasn't subscribed to her channel, drop over there and share some love. Donna says, oh, nice, Katie. And Misty says, I use glue sometimes to baste my quilts as well as piecing. Misty says, yes, that's a new thing I've been glue basting too. How do you like it, Sylvia? Asked Misty. Fern King says, I use Elmer's washable stick glue. Oh, interesting. Just a dot, he or she says. Sandy says, that's a cute charm pack quilt. Thanks for sharing. Sylvia says, I need to get better at a thin line of glue. If you get a glob that needs to be spread out, so my technique has improved. And then Missy says there is a fine tip you can get to help with getting that thin line. And let me see here. Misty says use butcher paper to make the block. Yeah, freezer paper is what she's talking about. Let me see. There are 8.5 by 11 foundation papers by Carol Doak that are really good. I don't know who Carol. Oh, where do you find the 8.5 by 11 foundation papers by Carol Doak at, Shelby? Or you can just use 20 pound copy paper. Misty says, nice block. Okay, I'm all caught up now. And yeah, and hi, Julie. All right, so let's go ahead and start on the second one. So first I'm going to go do my usual little um job here and get these fold lines in here so I can put a line on the other side where I can see it.
Sandy wants to know, not having doing FPP before, could someone recommend a good starting point?
Ah, that's a good question. Let's see, what could we doing half square triangles is a way to practice foundation paper. What do you think on that, Teresa?
Yeah, I think, um, well, if you don't have a local quilt shop that you could go to, because they usually have supplies like that,
Yeah.
and you want to shop online, you could go to the Fat Quarter Shop and look around, or I don't know, I've never looked for them on Amazon, but some of them are probably there. But there are a lot of different,
A beginner, this that you see me working on right now, this little simple block right here, any beginner could do this.
yeah,
Seriously, this is big piece. This is a big pieced one here. And all you would need is the knowledge on how to make the half triangle cut for the half triangle here. And all you got to do is just have big enough strips that can lay across here. And most of these FPPs that are as simple as this, there's lots of them out there. There's even freebies online. You could probably put in Google free beginners FPP project, something like that,
yeah,
or quilt, quilt, anything, put it in there. And there's lots of beginner stuff that just, are very simple, like this one is. Anybody can, even this block is beginner friendly. This is very friendly.
yeah,
It's
that one
really
is.
hard
Yeah,
easy.
I would pick one that has the least amount of numbers
Yep.
that you can. Like, here's one, papers for making flying geese.
Hold on. Yep.
And
Show it again and let me spotlight you
okay,
so she can
I'll show it
see.
again.
Okay.
Flying geese. And this is one from Fat Quarter Shop.
Yep.
And it only takes three. One, two, three. So it's very, very simple. So each one of these is its own block, okay,
And
or
it's the same,
unit.
and it's the same thing with here I'll show you something that's also from Fat Quarter Shop that's along the same lines as what Teresa showed. Oh, she's gonna show, go ahead and finish showing what you're gonna show her.
Well,
And
I
then
was
I'll
just
show
going to
the
show you
other.
the ones I have from the Fat
Yeah,
Quarter Shop.
yeah, go
So
ahead and
I
show her.
the flying geese, and I'm sure there's more than what I have. Here's one that is called Vintage Kite.
Yeah, very big
Okay.
pieces there.
Yeah, that's pretty big. And actually it only has three pieces too. So each one of these is a unit. You don't do this all together. You cut this out, and then each one of these is its own section. And so you do, one, two, three. Very simple. And you can, this would be very scrappy. You could make it really scrappy. The other one I have is Snail Trail. And this one would actually, like, I wouldn't pick this one for a beginner because it has 20 pieces. So you see how many pieces you have to deal with on that one? It's a lot. Okay. But it would be, a good one for later on. The other one I have, this is the last one. It's called Woven Star. And it has 5 pieces. And it comes in sections too. So you cut these out, and then each one of these you do separately. And that one wouldn't be too bad, but I think the easiest one would be the vintage kite or the flying geese. But those are the only ones I have. Besides, I have a lot of papers for like half square triangles. So that's all I got. Oh, Jamie says there is a beginner book on Amazon called Show Me How to Paper Piece. Oh, okay, Jamie, thank you.
That's something new I didn't know about. Sorry, I had to go get a drink.
That's okay.
You showed her the half square triangles too?
No, I just showed her those other things. The
Okay.
half square triangles come on a roll like this.
Uh-oh, hang on.
That's okay. They can still see. Comes on a roll, and they come in all different sizes.
Yep.
This one is a 3-inch finished square. So I have a bunch of these that I got from Sew Sampler boxes.
Yeah, you and me both. And remember when they did the sale where you could buy the whole kit for a reduced price right at the beginning? You remember that?
Yeah.
That's when I bought the kit. So I already had some from the Sew Sampler boxes, and then I bought the kit that she was put on sale that one like that. It was the only times I've seen her do it. And so I still this stuff lasts a long time unless you're a total half square triangle freak, you know. I bet she goes through a lot of it because she sews a lot of things.
Sylvia says she learned from Irene from the Sugary Dew.
Yep.
Yeah, she does a lot of FPP.
And she uses freezer paper a lot too.
Mhm. And she's such a nice person.
She's so sweet. Yep.
She is.
I love her patterns. They're so cool. Okay, what I'm gonna do now is I'm so when you foundation paper piece, you see how you have this printed front, okay? You don't put your fabric on the front and sew from the back. You put your fabric on the back and make sure you got it where it can't move, and then you sew on the front by sewing on these lines. And I wish I could put my camera closer to the sewing machine so you could see what I was doing, but I'm limited with the right kind of apparatus for that. So, but basically what I'm gonna do is I'm going to take, well, we need to pick colors now. So first we're gonna pick colors for for the strip part. So I'm back to my box again. And let me see here. What do I want? Because I'm gonna put this triangle back down here where you can see it. Because this is one side of the block. And I thought, did anyone new walk in that I didn't say hi to?
I haven't seen anybody.
Okay. Oh, hey, Julie Coon, in case I didn't say hi. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I laid this back down here, and then I'm just going to come in here and pull some more. Let's see what I can use now. I wish I could find some more of this batik like this because I love this modern look to this particular one. I used it as a in the Sugary Dew quilt. She had us do one, on each row, pick one color of a fabric and just do one block in that color. And I chose this one. Okay. So
Which one? I can't see it.
oh, hold on. Let me put it back down here. It's this one. But see how it's interesting? Let me see if I can put it closer to the camera so you can actually see. It looks very modern.
Oh, I think I might have that.
I don't have any more yardage left. Now all I have is scraps of it. But I love this because it you can stick it in as I forget what they call this, accent block. Yeah,
Is
and you
that
stick it in each row of what your quilt you're doing on, and it just you're like, oh, what's this? So yeah.
is
So
that
all I have,
orange?
no,
Orange?
it's um, it might be more like a reddish orange because the lighter colors are orange. The circle part, those are orange.
Oh,
And then you'll
okay.
see there's like a silver gray color right here or silver blue color. Yeah, so it's just intermixed. It's really pretty.
Yeah,
But
I don't think
I
I'm gonna look. I'm gonna look.
but I don't know who the I was so new to doing this when I first bought that fabric. I didn't think to write down what where it came from. And I think these strips might be too narrow. So I'm going through my box right now trying to find wide enough strips for this particular one. That's not big enough. All right. But I know that this red might be. So, yep, that'll work. So let's put one of these up here. These are the ones that got the metallic on the other side. So let's put one of them there. Okay. And then I'm going to get input on from you guys on how we're going to set this up. All right, let's put these aside.
No, I don't have that.
Oh, okay. That's cotton.
I thought I did in a yard, but
Um, I think this is batik. It's either batik or cotton. I'm not sure. This is batik, so I could use this one. And I think this purple might be cheap. I don't know. We'll stick the purple up there too. I'm gonna put 3 or 4 things up here and we're gonna figure it out. This is another color of that same design here. This is for those that don't know this, that it looks, you think it might be because it's metallic on the outside. It might be cotton. It's not. It's batik. Very interesting. And we're leaving the cape out. And we have this white one. I might have to get into my other box. Okay. All right. So let's set these out of the way.
okay. Sandy has a couple of comments about the papers that I showed her.
Okay.
She says, interesting, doesn't look intimidating. Oh, I like the last two you showed. Yeah, those are the most difficult ones that I showed you. And she says, yikes, 20 pieces.
I think I'm going to take the red out of this one.
I can see how one could progress through by finding patterns that increase by a couple of numbers. Yep.
Do you think that this purple's too dark for this blue? Hang on. Let me stick it up here. I have to move everything up. I don't have much space up here to work with.
Just from what I can see, yes.
Too
It's
dark. Okay. So we're going to
too
put
dark.
that aside. But I might could get away with doing this one with this. No.
Well, I guess it depends on where it's going to be placed with on the papers. If it's not right next to the
It'll be next to the blue right here. So I can use that dark purple somewhere else that it won't be running right against the blue. So let's put this pink in here. Uh-oh, you can't see the purple. Let me move that back this way. There we go. Okay, let's do that one. And then let's
okay,
break it.
Shelby says, I have a similar pattern of batik fabric in all blue. I think I got it at So Yeah. So it may have been a Tonga Treats batik
Yeah,
from
because there's this
Timeless.
other one. See this one down here? And I think I got both of them at the same time. The thing is I don't think that it was well, they may have been selling it. The thing is I bought this fabric right here when a few weeks before I started the sugary dew, and I was not aware of so yeah then because the sugary dew so long started in January of 2020, I think. And I already had these two ahead of time, but do I know where I bought them from? I could have bought them from Missouri Star or something. I don't know. Wherever they come from, I have no idea who they're by, but they are pretty. And
Yeah.
maybe So Yeah had some and they put them out there to sell. I just didn't see them when I started because I didn't start watching So Yeah until I want to say 2021. And my Sugary Dew was already finished, the top of it anyway. All right, so I'm going to set these aside. We're going to keep looking for a color. I'm not sure. Wait, let's put this in the middle.
Yeah, I didn't even look through I have a whole bunch of layer cakes in batik fabrics, and I didn't look through any of those. I was just looking through my fat quarters.
Yeah, I'm going to have fun trying to find something that I think is interesting with this. This lighter pink might work though. Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Missouri Star has a lot of Tonga treats, timeless
Yeah.
treasure,
Yeah.
um, in their sell section. Well, I think normally they sell it too, but I've seen
Yeah.
it on their daily deal.
And it could be that's where I got it from because I was buying fabric from mostly from Fat Quarter Shop and Missouri Star and also a little bit from Cotton Cuts because I was so new to it. I didn't know I could buy from anyone else. That's not, that doesn't even look right.
I
Hmm.
saw a comment from Brenda earlier that she bought a jelly roll from Amazon for $17
Is that a
the
good
other day. So that's a great price for a jelly roll.
Ooh, look what the orange just did to that. You see what just happened?
What's that?
Look what it did when I put the orange next to that.
Bye, Sherry.
Sherry's got to go now. See you later, sweetie. Did you? What about a lighter orange? There's also a turquoise in here, I see. Let me find this purple might be okay, but let's see if I can find either a lighter. Yeah, let me see if I can find some turquoise in here because that turquoise might, if I put turquoise on this side, it'll bring out the turquoise that's in this design. And I do have a strip of it. So let's move the orange for a minute. Let's put this next to it and see what y'all think. Oh, look, look, look. What do y'all think about that?
Yeah, looks pretty.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to fix it so you can see the blue also. So hold on a minute. Let me move some of this stuff out of the way because some of these scraps are kind of big. All right, so here what I'm going to do is now that you can see the blue, well, let me lay these under first. Okay, so I'm going to put these here. And they're not pressed because I haven't pressed them yet. If I don't knock them off the table first. Okay, I'm going to put the turquoise on this side. Put purple on this side. Or what I could do is put the turquoise on this side and put the purple on this side. Just the smaller piece. And then we're going to have this triangle here. Okay, what do y'all think? Hmm. You know, I'm really tempted to change out this right here and put this right. Watch this. Okay, this is one. Let me put the triangle back on here so you can see it. This is one. This is 2. So in the channel, vote. This is number 2. And this is number 1. Which do you like best? 1 or 2?
I don't like the bright orange one.
Okay. Everybody's saying 2, which has the bright orange in it.
No.
Well, no, not everybody. So far, Sylvia. This orange is really pretty. Look. I got this on the Florida Hop Shop. Or Shop Hop, sorry. I don't know why I want to put that backwards. Math Geek says neither.
Everybody says 2, or lots of people are saying 2.
Yeah. And this is just one of many blocks that we're going to be making. 1, 2, 3, 4 twos. No number 1s. That's 2.
That is
This
pretty.
1. It is a pretty orange. I could kick myself because I behaved. You'd be so proud of me when I was doing the shop hop. I think I spent a total of $100 between all 45 of those stores that we went through. But
Wow.
there was several stores where there was wall-to-wall boutiques, and I'm standing there with my mouth hanging open, and Nikolaj's like, I know, honey, you wish we were rich right now because you would buy every last one of them. I said, you know I would. So I had to just pick and choose, something that
Yeah.
really talked to me that I wanted. Did you see me and Donna saying to put the other orange back in place of the purple? No. Let me do that. Let me move the purple out of the way and put this orange back. This can be 3. Do you like that better? Sylvia says she likes the orange. What if the blue in the center? What if blue in the center with the, oh, you mean this blue? Put it in the center? Oh no, let's try that. Let's switch this around a little bit. Let's put this here and this here and then this like this. Actually, that works. Didn't you have a less bright orange? I had a yellow orange. Are you talking about this? Can you move a little closer to the, can you move it a little closer to the sewing machine? Yes. Hang on a minute. Is that better for you?
I think any of them, because it's going to be scrappy. So
Yeah. This actually the way I said. Were you talking about this color orange? Oh, wait a minute. I do have other orange in here though. Hang on. Oh, there's this color orange. Hang on. I'm gonna stick it on here so you can see it. There's this like salmon orange yellow color. Then there is, yeah, I don't have, yeah. There's this one. The current combo looks good. Nice contrast. Okay, gotcha. All right. Okay. Because we're going to be using all these as we go through these blocks. They're going to get used, all of them. I'm having fun with this because I love designing like this. This is fun, and getting input from you guys is great. This is also something I bought on the shop hop. This purple right here because it's a violet color is what it is, and it had a little hint of blue in it, and I didn't have any violet batik because sometimes you want to use a different color purple than the usual.
right.
Okay, so I'm gonna set this aside and
It's
make sure I
pretty.
lay these in the order that they're going to go on here with. Okay, so And these are quite long, so what I need to do is trim them down a little bit based on this piece of paper. And I also need to press this one because there's a wrinkle in it. I'm just going to trim it off a little bit. I don't mind wasting a tiny bit. These are too long. Okay, so I've got that one. Let's trim this one down so that it fits better. And we're still going to get pieces off of this when we trim it off because of the triangle. Okay, there. And then I'm going to need to press it because there's a couple of lines in this and I don't want them in here when I'm sewing through it. All right. And then this one doesn't have to be as long.
Misty wants to know how long you've been making quilts.
I started actually sewing blocks in 2016. I was buying things before then, but I was kind of dabbling a little bit, but I wasn't really sewing. Like, I'll show you my first block I ever sewed.
Okay. When you get back, I'll go get mine and show it to you.
Yeah. So this is my first block.
Oh, very nice.
Now, the pattern, the only part of the pattern that's me, where I changed something because I forgot what they wanted you to put in the corners here, but I didn't like them. So I got a piece of paper and I drew these little lines and tried doing paper piecing. And yes, you can see they do not match all the way around, but they still look cool. But this was my first block in 2016. And this block is what I'm going to use for learning how to hand quilt on. I got to add some more borders on it to make it big enough for my quilting ring. But this is what I'm going to do my first hand quilted quilt with. Because I think since this is a newbie block, it'll be a newbie hand quilting with it.
I think you did awesome for your first block. Mine is laughable.
Well, I was looking at it, and there is a couple spots where you can see things are not lined.
Yeah,
The
but
points
I
are
can't see
fine,
them
but
from I
the
can't see
points
them
are
from
fine.
here.
Yeah,
Don't point them
look.
out.
No, the points are fine, but look how some of the points are further away from the seam allowance, and while others aren't. See what I mean? Which means I didn't cut the block when I was trimming the block. It wasn't straight, but that's okay. This I am fine with this because I'm not striving for perfection. I'm striving to get good at it.
But
And
that was your first one. It's not
yeah,
supposed to be perfect, you know.
yeah, exactly. My very first one. And this blue here, uh, these two, the yellow and the purple came from Joann's because because I was in the United States when I bought it. This dark blue came from Denmark. So this blue fabric feels thicker. It feels almost like broadcloth. And here's the back of my block.
Wow, that looks pretty good. All right, I'll go see if I still have mine.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I do or not.
Thank you. I know they won't see it. I mean, if even when I look at it, the only reason I even noticed is because I was looking at it close to see if I had any flaws in it this go around. And if I wasn't looking for it, I wouldn't have even seen it. Thank you, everybody. But that was my first block. I didn't know about triangle paper. I didn't know about any of that. All right, I'm getting distracted. Let me go press this fabric real quick because we want it laying very flat.
I didn't realize I had so many orphan blocks until I just went and looked in that drawer.
Did you find it? Because I'm going to spotlight you.
Yeah, I found it. Oh, you
Okay,
don't
while
want
you're showing it, I'm going to press this fabric.
to. Okay, it's really bad. But it was I used to watch a lot of Missouri Star, Jenny Doan. That's where I learned to sew, and I wanted to do a pretty quilt, you know. So that this was my first block.
It's a friendship star with whatever's in the middle. What do you call that
Yeah.
part in the middle? That looks good to me for a beginner too.
Well, I hate to tell you how many times I took it apart, put it back together, and it's not pressed right or anything. But this block made me decide that I needed to start with something easier.
Yeah, yeah, I understand that.
So
So
it is way off in the back. Oh my God. Okay, you guys look at the back of this. Oh my God, look at that.
yeah, I see. Oh my goodness. You know, you ought to quilt it and put a board or put a border around it and quilt it and
Yeah, my first block.
and hang it on the wall. My first block, so you can see how
Yeah,
far you've come.
I actually had it hanging up on the wall for quite a while. I might put it back up. It kind of gives you inspiration, you know. And I think I started like in late 2014, 2015, around there. But I had already started collecting fabric probably 2 or 3 years before I started quilting because I used to make like aprons, and I had a friend, I have a friend who makes quilts. So she used to drag me to the fabric store with her all the time. And I would, see this beautiful fabric and it was on sale. I think it was like $5 to $6 a yard. And so every time I went with her, I would buy 4 or 5 yards of fabric. So I had a pretty good stash by the time I actually started making quilts.
Denise says, remember the dress that some people said was one set of colors while others said it was a different set of colors? That is what I see in the block. A lot of something, a purple or blue fabric. Oh, okay. There is purple in this, but there's turquoise also in it. This is more, actually, I don't call this purple. I call this, let me see, where I'm put my finger at. This this looks more like violet to me. All right. I'm looking to see where this needs to be. So the reason I'm holding it up is because I can see the light and I want to see where the shadow is on this fabric. All right. Got
Oh
that one.
gosh. Jamie says she used cardboard templates for her first quilt. Oh my goodness.
Interesting. What'd you do? Use the templates to cut out the pieces and then sew them? Is that how you did it?
Yeah, that's how they used to do it.
Wow.
Like they would even put patterns in magazines, and then you would trace that paper template onto like a piece of cardboard or cardstock, something heavier, and then use that to cut out your pieces. And you usually they didn't, I don't know how long ago that was that Jamie did that, but they didn't have rotary cutters way back when. So
Did you
they
see
used
what Shelby said? Shelby said, but doesn't Jenny say if someone looks inside your quilt, they are not your friend? Laugh out loud. And then Misty says, how long have you been quilting?
Yeah, I think I answered that already, like 2015, around there.
And then Oh. Sandy says, wow, that's a beautiful first block. And then Shelby says, or you could do what Barry Quilt just did and staple it to an artist's canvas. And then she says, congrats on 3 years of quilting, Misty. It's such a fun hobby. Then Damali says to Jenny, she says, Jenny was my first teacher, and I learned 9 patch blocks that I sewed into a pillowcase. And then Mary G says, I picked a hard quilt for my first one. It was a star type of Eleanor Burns when my daughter was a teenager. Now she's in her 40s. And then Shelby says, my first quilt was a small half square triangle quilt that I mounted to an artist canvas as a gift to my mom. And let's see, I love quilting. It's relaxing most of the time, says Misty. Then Denise says, not that block. Sorry, by the time I typed something, you've moved on. I was talking about the block you held up about 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, your first block.
This one.
Yeah, your first block.
Oh, you were talking about this one. Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Yeah, I don't know what color purple that is. It's not blue.
No, it's purple.
But this is like a dark navy blue in here, and it has here. Let me show you I'll put it up to the small camera where you can see the flowers on it. The fabric's beautiful. This blue fabric, and
Yeah, it is pretty.
it just feels like it's made from it feels more like broadcloth to me. But they sell this has a longer selvage on it. It's not selvage. Selvage is selvage.
Oh,
It's
you know
wider.
what? In one camera, the border looks blue, and another camera,
It
it
looks
looks
purple.
purple.
Oh, she's right. Maybe that's what she was talking about.
Yeah, I think that's what
My
she's talking
laptop is
about.
showing it as blue, but my phone is actually showing it as it really is.
So it's
You know
really
what?
purple?
That's what she meant. Yeah, it's really purple. This down
Okay.
here that you see here where I'm pointing at with the camera, that's the actual color. Sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying. Okay.
Yeah, I just happened to look up and I could see that. I was like, is she? That's weird. Yeah, one shows it blue.
I don't know why this laptop's imaging is so weird. All right, we haven't been sewing, so let's get back sewing. Okay. We want to get another block made.
Yeah. Get get to sewing, girl.
Let's get going. We got a job to do. If I thought I wouldn't be overtired, I would run this live for a long time tonight. I don't know. I'm on this little thing I want to sew, but I don't want to be by myself. Otherwise, I'll just go in there and crawl in the bed and watch TV all day long. All right. I don't know. I'm very much in the mood of sewing right now. Maybe because I'm trying to get my mind off the fact that the house is too quiet. And I wish the weather would hurry up and make up its mind on what it has planned for us, because I would like to start walking again. And no, it's been snowing all bloody day, so no going for a walk for the first time in weeks. What is sticking? Oh, that's a loose piece of fabric. It's like, what is that? Okay, let me trim. Uh-oh. No, I did what I was supposed to do. I almost gave myself a heart attack. I thought I cut this wrong. Now we're going to sew this one on here. You know something? I'm beginning to think I kind of like this paper piecing scrappy stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Instead of following a standard of colors, you know, like planned colors, just let's wing it, figure it out as we go along. I know it takes longer to figure it out sometimes, especially if you get stuck, but I'm kind of liking doing this way because it's, I don't know, it's just something about it. I understand why Lynette liked color or painting the way she did because she would just go with whatever it felt like. Did you see my painting, Teresa Louise?
Uh, I don't know. I don't think so.
I've never, it's the only painting I've ever done, and I did it with my oldest daughter when I was in the States in 2018.
Oh,
I've never painted in my life.
oh, that's beautiful.
And this is acrylics on
Yeah.
canvas. But she took me to a shop where they were doing a, what do they call it? Paint with a twist or something like that. And so they had an instructor up at the front of the classroom. She supplied all the paints, the canvas. You paid a fee. Lynette bought mine. And then Lynn went with me and she also painted the same thing. And she walked us through how to paint this. She didn't come and help you paint. She'd come over and say, hey, you need to like thin that down a little bit, or you need to make it go in a little more. But I had never done this in my life, ever.
Well, I think you did pretty damn good.
I like it. That's why I brought it
Yeah.
home. I wasn't embarrassed to show it off. It's
Are
just
you
a
gonna,
simple
you think you're
painting.
gonna start painting? You should start painting.
I don't know. Isn't painting expensive though?
Oh, it depends on what kind of paint you use, but like acrylic is pretty affordable.
Yeah, because
Oils,
it might be another avenue. Maybe I could sit outside and paint a sunset or something,
yeah, there you go.
or photograph the sunset and then paint from the photograph.
Right. That's what I used to do.
Yeah, because that way you don't lose the whole thing.
Right.
Because we get some spectacular sunsets here.
I bet.
Okay, cardboard was what? Let me see. I want to make sure I didn't miss a. Okay, so we caught up with Denise and got that straight. And then Mary says cardboard with my grandma and mom with scissors cut fabric. And Sandy says that looks good. And then Misty says I got some of the Georgia bone steel books and templates, which was the first person I saw quilt as you go. Denise says not that long ago we used templates. And Shelby says definitely Teresa Louise. And then she says, oh, I just realized what time it is. I need to step out for a bit. Okay, see you in a little while. I hope you come back. And then Shelby says, very pretty paint. Thank you. Mary says, awesome, Katie. The quilting compound says you're talented. I don't know about being talented, but it was fun doing it. Thank you for the compliment, though. Then Michelle says, hi, Katie and Teresa Louise. Beautiful painting, Katie. That's a great hobby, too. Acrylic is very inexpensive, she said. Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought it would be expensive.
No.
All right, let's get this next piece stretched out so that I can trim it down.
Hi, Michelle.
All right. And then it's going to start looking like something here directly. All right. First thing I need to do is let's get this triangle part trimmed, get it trimmed to fit the triangle. Now I need a longer ruler again. All right. Let's get it done here. And these pieces are big enough to reuse for another part of one of the other blocks.
I've
All
been
right.
wanting to try pastels.
I want to try pastels too. They are so. Do you know that Lynette a lot of her artwork that's on just regular paper and stuff? She used pastels to
Now,
do with, and
those
she
are kind of
loved.
expensive, but
Yeah, pastels are pricey. I saw them, but she loved it. I need to trim this so I can see where that triangle needs to be laying because that's just. Yeah, let's trim one side up so I can see better. Trim two sides off. Make sure I don't catch that triangle. Okay. Now that'll give me a better look-see at this. Okay, that's better. Okay, now I got it where I want it. All right. Let me pin it so it doesn't move. I think I need to order me some straight pins because I'm starting to get pretty low on them. Every time I bend one, I put them in the sharps jar with the rotary cutters and stuff. Because I feel like if I use crooked pins, I end up not pinning on a straight line like you should. And I noticed some of them are not sliding into the fabric as easy as they used to. They must be getting dull. I guess they
Yeah,
get dull.
they
I,
do get dull.
and I'm pretty sure that when you're sticking them through paper too, that helps dull them faster.
That's why in the old days, you know, the tomato pin cushions,
Yeah,
they had a little strawberry thing hanging on top of it, and it was
yeah.
filled with um, shavings. I can't remember what it was called, but it sharpens your needles.
I didn't know that's what that was for.
Yeah, I have
Ah,
one somewhere.
I actually think I have one of those in one of my drawers in the sewing room. I'll have to go hunt that thing down because
I found
that
it.
might
This,
save these needles for a bit longer.
see, Katie. So this little strawberry on the top
Mhm.
is to sharpen the needle.
Did not know that.
Yeah, you put it in there like that.
Wow, I learned something new today. Thank you. And I
You're
know I
welcome.
have one of those.
So somebody in the chat can tell us what is inside of that strawberry. It's not a Brillo pad, but it's,
Could it
you
be
know,
like nutshells or something?
I don't know if nutshells would actually sharpen the needle. No, it's like, okay, crushed walnut shells in the strawberry.
Okay.
Um, it feels more like sand in mine. It's, I am not going to open it.
And don't.
This tomato is so old that I can't even take the pins out because the fabric rips. When I try to remove the pins,
Yeah.
it's so the fabric will rip. That's how
Yeah.
old it is. But it was my great grandmother's, so
Yeah. I I see what you're keeping is a good thing. Okay. Excuse me. Sorry. Donna says, I think water liquid painting is way cheaper than fabric. Then Damali says, if budget is a concern, get some oops paint from a hardware store about a paint to test with. Okay, gotcha. Which house paint someone like before the final choice for a gallon. Just a suggestion. Okay. And then
yeah,
Donna
that's a
says,
good
good
idea.
idea, Damali. And then Damali says crushed walnuts. Misty says walnut shells. Mary says she thinks it's sand. Donna Monsoon says maybe steel wool.
That's what I was thinking, still wool.
And then Misty then says in the strawberry, it's emery board stuff.
Ah, which
Interesting.
is like sand.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe they made them with a variety of stuff.
That's a potential. That's a possibility. All right. Let's trim this block and then I'll show it to you. Okay. I've already trimmed two sides. And then we'll start another one. Okay. And here it is. Here's the next block. Turn it even. Yep. Let's turn it. We'll turn it both ways so you can see it both ways. There you go, you guys.
Oh, very nice.
Okay, so now we got two blocks. Let's pick it. Let's pull another piece of paper. All right. Let's get the next one. This one's got thinner lines with bigger lines, so let's do that one.
Okay, Michelle says it's emery powder. Terry says emery powder.
Can you actually buy emery powder, by the way?
Denise says emery powder.
Ooh, this might be wide enough. Let's see if it is, because I might use this thin strip in here if I think it's wide enough.
Yeah,
Yes,
it is.
it-
I have my great grandmother's sewing basket. Do you want to see it? It's really cool.
I think it would be great for you to share it with us.
There it is.
Oh my goodness. That
Okay.
is super cool.
It was my great grandmother's,
Let me spotlight you so you can share all its coolness.
and then my grandmother had it, and then my mom had it, and now I have it.
The other
It's
block.
in really good shape. So it has a basket, a lid comes off. And my mom was the one that had it last. So it's got all kinds of my mom's stuff in it. My mom didn't really sew, but she has stuff. I mean, there's thread, there's pictures in here, there's jewelry in here. So she kind of used it like a thread and jewelry box. But so here's the next basket that comes out. And then this part,
Wow.
and there's needles and buttons and all that stuff. I pretty much have just left everything the same, left it alone, you know what I mean? So this goes on here. And then you can turn this over so that, you know, you have a lid. Doesn't stay on there as well anymore, but, or you put it this way, and it's a lid and a tray so you can still have stuff on top of here.
That is awesome.
Now, I don't know how old this is, but I'm guessing it's pretty darn old
You said it
because
belonged to your grandmother, right?
it belonged to my great grandmother.
Okay, and how old are you? Not to be too
Six,
personal.
I'm the same age as you are.
Okay, so if you're the third generation to have that,
I'm
then
the I would be the fourth because great
the fourth,
grandma,
great, yep,
grandma, my mom,
mother,
and then
yeah,
me.
fourth. It's got to
Uh,
be more like maybe close to 200 years old, maybe.
I don't know.
And it looks
Um,
like
uh,
in pristine condition.
oh, it's in beautiful condition.
Oh, it's pretty.
Yeah, it's in.
You're lucky to have a tool like that.
There is a piece missing right here, and on this side. And I don't pick it up by the handle. I don't do that because I'm afraid it'll break because it is just
Yeah,
so old, you know. Well, anyway, yep. So that was my great grandmother's little sewing basket.
that's awesome. Hi, Tanya. Welcome, welcome. Beautiful basket. I have my great grandma's, not that fancy. And then
Hi, Tanya.
Michelle's, that's a beautiful basket. Never saw one like that. I have a wooden sewing box that was my grandmother's, and I have her turtle machine.
Oh, that's a good idea, Terry. Um, use Google search, take a picture of the basket and then,
Yeah, at least then
yeah,
you'll find out what it might be. Or take it, to an antique store and let them um
yeah,
do
could
the
do that.
appraise it, because they might be able to tell what year it's from, or estimation of what year it might be from. You just have to be on top of them about how they handle it.
Yeah,
That's the only thing. It's like, I don't want you picking it up by the handle or anything else, dude. Hey,
I guess
Laura.
I could ask one of my aunts if they know how long great grandma had it.
They might know. Someone that's still living might know. All right, let's get these marked. Oops, that one was
I still have 4 aunts on my mom's side, so one of them might know.
Sounds like you have a long living family line.
Well, I don't know. I think my great grandmother was like around 88, late 80s. But my grandmother and my mom both passed away in their 70s.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
But there's still like my mom's family, there was 7 kids in that family,
Uh-huh.
and there's still 5 of them. So there only
Oh,
2 kids have passed away so far. And I think my uncle's probably around 85 now.
mm-hmm.
Um, he would have been the oldest one in the family.
Okay, the order of this paper is going to be different in how it's done. I'm fixing to show you how they got it numbered.
Okay, Katie, you have me on full screen.
No, sorry.
That's okay.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to show you this paper. This this particular one is numbered different because of how it's being built. Oh, there we go. That is so weird seeing this direction. So you can see one starts in the middle. Then there's 2 here, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 8. So you're starting in the center here because there's these narrow strips. Okay, so we have how many narrow strips here? 3. Let me see if I can find another narrow strip, and then we'll find some bigger strips. Because I know I have a few narrow strips too. All right, let me come over here to this little stash. I'm definitely going to use these 2 pieces I've already cut off of the other. And then let me find some more.
Yeah,
And
I need to figure out what to do with that basket because I don't have any kids. So I'm going to have
yeah,
to give it.
I was kind of wondering who you were going to pass it to. I didn't know if you had kids or not. I was going to ask, but now you've done answered
No,
that
I don't
question.
have any kids. Uh,
So right now I'm looking for one more narrow strip.
yeah, Terry, it could be about 120 years old. Yeah.
I think it might be older than that.
Hi, Zaza. She said, I was confused, clicked on Katie and saw Teresa Louise.
Sorry.
No, Katie.
Katie's slow to changing screens. Sorry.
Yeah. I took
I get
over Katie's channel.
she manhandled it.
Yeah, I have quite a few nieces, so that will probably be what I have to do. But that picking one is the problem. I probably should pick the oldest niece.
Yep. That sounds like a good plan. That way when she, yeah, then her generation can pick it up. Do they sew?
I don't think so. I think I'm the only quilter in the family.
Okay. I'm gonna get myself confused if I don't
Last
start.
time I counted, my grandmother on my mom's side, I think we had 27. She had 27 grandkids. And I have no idea how many great grandkids now. Add your age 20 times 3. Mom, grandma, great grandma.
That way you guys can see what I'm trying to do. Because I'm gonna
Yeah, that would be about 120 years. Yeah, or a nephew. I have more nieces than nephews. Yeah, pick a niece that can pass it to another generation. Yeah. It probably will end up going to my sister's daughter, and because she has a little girl who is like 8 years old now. So that's probably who I'll leave it to is her.
okay, now here comes the fun part. What do I want to put in between all of those? Might fit down here. Okay. All right, so we're
Okay, back to work. I'm just sitting here reading the chat. Hi, Rita.
hey Rita.
Oh,
Gotta
that's a good idea. You could always turn it into something like a hope chest basket, then put treasures in it.
yep. Don't think that that's
Yeah, that's
wide
a
enough.
good idea. Yeah, I'll
Mm,
just put everything in there that I'm planning on leaving her because, you know, there's nobody else really. So it's got to go to her or somebody. And then
okay.
there's all my husband's mother's stuff. There's no girls to leave it to. So I don't know. That's the bad thing about having antiques and stuff like that that have been around for a long time. If the next generation doesn't have any kids,
You never
then
know what
what?
will happen to it.
Yeah. I suppose the other thing I could do is like if I had a really close friend or, and she had daughters, that sewed. You know, I mean, if it's going to end up somewhere, I would rather have it end up where somebody was going to appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not just going to end up in the garbage, you know. All right. So I got to check my things here.
So what I'm trying to do is I'm
Right. This one.
auditioning these different pieces.
These are bricked. So I got to sew these on there.
That might work.
Or you can make it part of a hope chest and put linens in it. Yeah, that's a good idea too. Rita says, yep, I have that issue. I have daughters, but no way they are not getting anything. I have like Carnival glass dates back to 1908. Yeah. Yeah, I have some really, really old dishes. The blue and white dishes. That was my husband's, um, his great grandmother's dishes. Um, that came. They lived in Tennessee, so. And not only the blue dishes, but I have crystal. I have quite a few pieces of crystal, so yeah, and I just don't know what to do with it, with any of that stuff. As Brandon only has one niece, and she has no children, so maybe I'll try and find somebody else on that side of the family that maybe I can send it to them and let them worry about it.
Yep, you could do that. It's going to be number one, so this will be number two. And these two need to be up here like this so I don't get them mixed up. And yep, I'm talking to myself. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Turn this over. And we're going to put one here.
Hey, Laura. Yeah, leave it to someone who will appreciate it. Exactly. Zaza says, I've got all the sewing machines from my husband's family too. His dad was going to dump them and no one else wanted them. Then one of the brothers saw a Singer 222 and thought they were worth, big bucks. Yeah, I ended up with Brandon's um, mother before she passed away. She was trying to get all the kids to take, whatever they wanted. And nobody wanted the quilts. So she gave them to me. So I have like 3 quilts that her grandmother made. One is a wedding ring. One is a grandmother's garden, and I can't remember what the other one was or is. Um, I'll have to show them to you sometimes.
That would be very cool if you did. Because I would love to see
They
them.
need they need to be repaired. So I keep them put away in a like a big chest.
Yeah.
And every now and again, I get them out and I refold them. I check them. Um, but yeah, I keep them put away because I don't want mice or anything like that getting to them.
Always this first piece when you have a really small piece is always a little bit difficult to start it off. But now I think I got it lined up right because I didn't want to make sure I didn't accidentally make too narrow of a seam allowance, you know?
Yeah,
I mean, I think you can get up to an eighth of a seam allowance, right? I think I've seen someone do that.
yeah,
But,
I've done that.
all right, let's see what this looks like. Make sure I didn't. Ooh, do you think that's too narrow?
No, I think it should be all right.
Okay, just making sure. Because I thought I'd try to use this piece because it looks like it's a 3/4 of an inch wide and it's very, why waste it? Let's use it.
Right.
No?
Yep.
Okay, now we're going to put number 3 on the right. Wait, number 2, number 3. That's going to be this orange. Okay. Somebody messaged me. Always messaging me. Okay, now we're going to pin this one in place. Is everybody having fun? I hope so.
Yep, I'm having a good time. If I can smell the dinner down in the crock pot.
What are you cooking in the crock pot?
Corned beef.
Oh my gosh. So how much did you have to pay for brisket over your way?
Um, well, they have kind of gone up. So let's see, what was it? I think it was 5.98 a pound or something like that.
Have they always been low price like that when you and I were growing up? Or were they expensive when you and I were growing up?
No, I think they've always been lower priced.
The reason I
Um,
ask is because I have never eaten brisket until I was in Bucky's and they were making brisket sandwiches they were actually there cooking the brisket. And that was the first time in my whole life I had had a taste of any. It was so tender and yummy. And I wondered why they killed a cow, but I don't remember ever them when they butchered it have a brisket. And I wondered why that was. Can't ask
well,
her if she's not
the
around,
ones
you know.
you, the ones you get in the store, the corned beef brisket are um, in a brine, and so that's why they're so tender because
Oh,
they got to soak in that brine. The only time I ever get them is around this time of year because of St. Patty's Day.
oh, okay, gotcha. Because that's Monday, isn't it?
Yeah. So I try to get them on sale, and I usually, try to get at least a dozen of them and freeze them throughout the year because I like to have them throughout the year, not just in March.
Okay, now we need to do number 4, which is going to
Denise
be,
says, I am old. I have paid as low as 59 cents a pound for round and 79 cents for flat cut. Yeah. I was telling my husband the other day, and Denise, I'm sure you'll appreciate this. Um, when I was younger, I would always hear the older adults, when I was in my early 20s and still, around my family, I would hear the older adults complaining about the prices of everything, how much more everything is nowadays. And I'd be thinking, it's to me, it wasn't expensive because that's what I grew up with, right?
Yep.
So, and I just kept thinking, God, they just complain about everything. And now that I'm old, I'm like, look how expensive that is.
Well, because it really is expensive right now. I mean, you and I, you
Well,
and I
I'm
shop for
talking
meat.
about even, you know, last year when eggs first went up, paying $9 a dozen for
Yeah,
eggs
that's highway
last year.
robbery.
Yeah.
That's highway
Um,
robbery, any way you look at it. When I have to pay $12 for an entire chicken, that pisses me off.
eh,
It
so I
really
think,
does.
the older we
Buy a
get,
whole chicken for
it,
$5.
there's nothing we can do about
No,
prices going up. It's just how it
food
is.
prices
'Cause,
go up, but our income doesn't. That's why it makes me so mad.
yeah.
And when Nikolaj came home this time and he went grocery shopping, because he kept saying, "Why do you keep running out of money when you go food shopping?" I said, "When you come home, I'm going to show you why." Because he's out to sea for 2 months. So during that 2 months this last time, prices jumped. It was crazy what happened. Butter went from being 25 kroners to 30 kroners. That is an entire 5 kroners. It jumped. And other things. So when he came home and we went shopping and he started noticing the prices, he says, "Oh, I owe you an."
Yeah. Yeah,
He says, "I can
exactly.
see now what you were trying to tell me." I'm like, "Yeah." Because I could spend 1,000 kroners and come home with one bag of groceries, and that's crazy.
Yeah. That's why I still try to just buy what's on sale. So I'll get the sales sheet, and then if it's got to be stuff that I will use because I don't want stuff that I'm never going to use.
I
And
started with meat. I just started this about, I don't know, 7 or 8 months ago. I found out because I asked the meat department if I could buy a case of whole chicken, because there was times when there would be no whole chickens, and I need whole chickens. I need them.
yeah,
It's bad enough when they don't have chicken legs being sold in the frozen food department now. Only you can get them when they thaw them out. So I went up there and I asked him, I said, "Can I buy a case of whole chicken?" And he's like, "Sure you can." And then when he said, "Sure you can," I said, "Can I buy a whole case of chicken legs?" And he looked at me kind of strange, but he said, "Yeah, you can do that too." Then I said, "Can I buy a case of chicken wings?" Because the only way to get chicken wings is if they thaw them, which means if you're not going to eat the whole pack, you can't refreeze them because it ruins the taste of the meat. So, hello. And so he says, "Yeah, you can buy a case of anything in here if you want to." So every month I buy a case of chicken wings, a case of chicken legs, and a case of whole chicken. Not every month. I think sometimes when it's just me, like we just bought a case of all three of those, there'll probably still be plenty left over when he comes home. But when he comes home, we may end up wiping all of it out. And then right before he leaves, I probably have to go and buy them again. So they last anywhere from a, a month to maybe almost 2 months, maybe. Well, no, actually, they last 2 months when it's just me. And I'll still have quite a bit left over when he comes home. And then, like, the first month, we'll finish wiping the rest of it out. Then I'll go buy another case of all of it. I make my own. I don't have the luxury of making my own butter, Rita. Milk here costs too much.
yeah.
It,
Hi,
it, it wouldn't
John.
even make sense to do it.
Hello, backyard trucker. He said,
Hey, Andy.
he hauls the eggs. He says.
He hauls fresh flowers too.
Um, Cynthia, I live in Idaho and I live in a really tiny town and it costs quite a bit to ship supplies in here. But the last time I looked, um, the eggs were 8.98 a dozen, but last month they were almost $12 a dozen.
There's no reason for that to be that pricey for eggs. I mean, really?
Yeah. Well, I didn't buy them, so.
There's been a little bit of talk about from amongst the locals here about, and I think I'm going to go find out if there's been any more discussion about it. They want to put in a chicken house here because this year, 3 times this year, well, between now and part of last year, we went through 3 different time frames of where we had no eggs for 7 weeks, 7 to 8 weeks. But the capital of Greenland had lots of eggs, but
Yeah.
South Greenland didn't.
Rita says she makes 3 pounds of butter with 1 quart of milk. But don't you have to use cream, not milk?
I was going to say cream. Isn't it cream that you make butter from?
That's right. That's the problem. Rita, uh, all those chickens that got the bird flu, and that's,
Well, there's no bird flu on this side of the pond, just so all y'all know. That's not why we didn't have eggs. There is no bird flu anywhere in Europe. In fact, I don't know if you saw on the news or not, those who might keep up sorta, the United States was asking Denmark to sell them eggs.
oh, you can use milk or cream. Oh, I thought you could only use cream. Well,
Yeah.
I'm going to try it because I used to make it with, I had a friend who had milk cows and she always saved me some cream and I would make butter. So, yeah. So then I would save the buttermilk for soups and stuff like that. I'll be right back.
Okay. Now I got to make sure I put this on the way it's supposed to be. So I have, oh, yeah, okay. All right, because we're using a triangle here. And sometimes this gets me into trouble. But milk is too expensive for me to turn into butter here, Rita. But milk here has gone up. I paid 25 kroners for a 80. I can show you the size actually. Hang on a second. And it's the same size that we get in milk. This is 1 liter of milk, but I also buy buttermilk. I pay 26 kroners for this same size of buttermilk. This milk costs 17 kroners. It doesn't even, they wouldn't even be enough in this to make butter with.
Bye, Joe. Take care.
Take care, Joe. Thank you for coming. They got to get rid of chickens that were not affected from the bird flu. Huh? They got rid of chickens that were not affected from the bird flu.
Yeah, they didn't discriminate. They just If some of the chickens had the bird flu, they just took them all out.
Oh my God.
Yeah, which I just think is
Stupid.
very stupid. But
Anyone who has enough space and they don't have HOA telling them what to do, you need to get your own chickens. You only need like 4 or 5 chickens at the most, unless you have a huge family. You
yeah,
definitely would save money that way.
I used to have chickens, but I don't want to plow my way
Why
through the
you don't?
snow.
I know
No,
why you
thank
don't,
you.
because you have to deal with snow.
And
I get that.
I don't even eat the eggs. If Brandon eats eggs every day. And if he doesn't want to pay that price or whatever, he can either get chickens and take care of them himself or, stop eating eggs.
Well, every time I bring the subject up, I get a look and it's like, no. That's just what he said. No. He is
Egg,
flat out no. But and then it's like not even a but. No. This is one time he's flat out. He usually doesn't tell me no about anything hardly, but when it comes to the subject of having chickens, no. He flat out says no. And I know why. It's because winters are hard here and
where where does Rita live? She pays $8 for a quart of milk.
I don't know.
That that's expensive. I can get a gallon of milk for uh, a little over $4.
This is not wide enough. I need something different. Nora, you're about to get in trouble. I don't know what you think you're doing,
Southern
girl.
Arizona,
You are going
and
to
you
get in
pay
trouble.
$8 for a quart of milk
Yeah,
in
that's not a
Arizona?
problem. Yeah, that's expensive. That's
Yeah.
worse than expensive.
Is that real milk or store milk?
Okay, we got a little bit of a problem here. I need a longer strip or something. Oh, this might work. All right. Let me see. And this will definitely work on this side. Okay, that's much better because it didn't look like I had enough. Get this lined up.
Okay.
This thing's I need to straighten up the edge of this piece of fabric. It be crooked.
Okay. Rita says it is the Horizon grass-fed organic milk.
Oh, that's why it's so pricey because it's organic
Yeah.
and the farmers ask more money for those.
I buy whole milk. I don't like 2% or 1% or
That makes 2 of us. If I can't have whole milk, I'm not using or drinking it.
yeah. Okay. Now
I don't like watered down milk. Nikolaj, he doesn't care what it is as long as it's milk. You know what he really likes the most, which is the strangest thing. He likes sweetened milk. What is that called? Sweetened condensed milk.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's just gross. He's like, yeah, but I like. I'm like, okay, you're very strange, my love.
That's like drinking this milk after you eat the cereal out of the, you know.
My husband definitely does have a sweet tooth that doesn't. It's hilarious because he. I think he finds it odd that I don't eat a lot of sweet stuff. Not really. I mean, except when I make something that, and then I might eat it multiple times. But I'm not. I'm not a big sweet horse or a pip horse. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think the reason I'm not so much chips these days is because they cut up my mouth. The inside of my mouth, they're too abrasive. They didn't used to be, or maybe my mouth was tougher when I was younger. I don't know. It's weird, but they do cut up my mouth. Uh-oh. I just hit that. Well, I'll bet I'm going to need to change the needle in a minute. Maybe. Can't tell. It didn't look like it wounded it, but it sounded like it did. The straight pin's fine. That must have just grazed it. Nope, it got it. Sure did.
Yeah. I don't drink much milk anymore like I did when I was a kid. I do put some in my breakfast drink, you know, but not every day.
Okay. Now we'll.
My husband, on the other hand, he likes, milk and cookies, milk and cake, milk with cereal, milk with milk. He likes milk. Hi, Rena.
Hi, Rena. All right, now I can trim this and then we'll get the top hat put on it. Okay, but I want to trim two sides off of it before I do that. So I can see where to put that triangle. All right, let's do this side first. Oh, I need a bigger ruler. Okay.
I should run down and check my crock pot.
You're welcome to do that if you want to. I'll be right here when you come back. All right. Now let's get this side trimmed off. All right. Now we'll flip this over.
Did you see the thing I saw on the news the other day about Japan has discovered that humans have a gene that um, would give us 3 sets of teeth.
No, I did not know that.
Yeah, but the gene, for whatever reason, has been turned off. And so they're working on a way to get that gene to reactivate so that we can have 3 sets of teeth again. I don't know
Wouldn't
if
that
you,
wouldn't that
I
be
don't know if they
cool?
ever had 3 sets of teeth,
Yeah.
But yeah, so your baby teeth would fall out, and then if you had to remove your um, adult teeth, then you could grow back another tooth.
That would be awesome.
Wouldn't that be cool?
It would
So,
because for you and me especially.
Yeah. So they think they'll have it all figured out, and I mean they're already doing it with mice, I guess. I don't know. By 2030. So
That,
in 5 more years.
that is so cool. Someone's up and she's pacing. And I bet you know who that someone is. I'm going to have to do something because now she's over here putting her feet on my hip. Nope, she's fixing to start talking. Okay, I probably missed a bunch in here. That is why I use an Instapot. Do not have to check on it. I don't even know what an Instapot even looks like.
Well, Rita, what I do is I cook the meat first, and then later on, after it's like cooked for 4 hours or whatever, I add the rest of the stuff like cabbage and potatoes and carrots and stuff like that. I don't do it all at the same time because otherwise the vegetables to me overcook. And
Yep.
um, so
I do know. I think I have enough bones saved up now to make more bone broth to have ready for when he comes home. So probably next week I'm gonna put the crock pot out again, and we're going to spend 36 hours brewing bone broth.
Cynthia, you ought to start making butter with your milk before it expires. If you're not going through it that fast.
Can you hear her, Teresa?
Does your pup want out?
She wants something else.
Oh, is
It's
she ready for
time to.
dinner?
Mm-hmm. Really?
Laura says, I was given an Instapot and I haven't taken it out of the box.
Well, see, I have two crock pots. One that I'm not even took out of the box because I don't need to take it out of the box because I'm still the other one's fine. And actually, technically, the one that's in the cold room that I haven't used isn't even an original crock pot like the one I'm using. And then I have a couple other big appliances, but the other two appliances, I don't even use them. They weren't worth them. They're too much aggravation. But I love my crock pot.
Yeah, I love my crock pot too.
Because I can put whatever I want to slow cook in there and walk away and let it just do its thing all day long.
Yep. That's what I used to do a lot when I worked. I throw everything in there in the morning, put a timer on for it to start. And when I came home, I had dinner.
Yep. I like using it for bone broth for one thing. I also
Yeah.
like using it for roast beef and uh if I want to cook my when I make homemade red meat sauce, I usually will put it in a crock pot and let it slow cook for hours because it over time it there's just something about all the flavors marry each other by doing it like that, and the sauce gets really thick like I like it.
Yeah.
And because if you try to do it on the stove, you burn it every darn time. Okay, here's the next block.
Um, Rita said making hard-boiled eggs only takes 5 minutes in an Instapot.
It only takes 5 minutes to do it in a pot of boiling water.
No, it's 9 minutes in a boiling.
Is it?
Yeah, supposed to be 9 minutes.
What do y'all think about this block?
Oh, I like it. Looks good.
It came out good. Now use those two thin pieces so they didn't get wasted. And see, I wish I could use this, see this dark color right here? I wish I could use that in one of them, but you see how it just blends into the blue? So I'll have to save this for another project.
Yeah, Rita says 9 minutes in boiling water from start to finish. Yep.
I don't even know if they sell Instapots here, to be honest. I haven't been up there to look at their small appliances because I'm trying to talk my husband into buying me a dishwasher. I'm
Yeah.
62 years old and I'm still chained to the darn sink. And of all the chores that us women have to do, guess which one I hate the most?
Dishes.
It's the only one that I actually hate doing is freaking dishes. Because I've been chained to the sink since I was 5.
Yep. I hear
Because
you.
I was their personal dishwasher.
Yep. I know. I remember one time, I think I was about 8 years old, and it was my turn to do the dishes. My mom came in and checked on me, and I hated doing the dishes. And so I always did these shortcuts. And she came in and caught me. She did not appreciate that. And she made me take all of the dishes out of the cupboard and do all the dishes in the kitchen. And she sat in there and watched while I did them. So
I have a picture of
I was a lot more careful after that.
yeah. I have a picture of me standing in a chair washing dishes. A black and white photo. And I couldn't have been more than 4 or 5 years old washing those dishes. No, I don't have a dishwasher, Cynthia. Not at all.
Okay. Now, personally, I have a problem with getting an appliance for my birthday or Christmas or Valentine's Day or anything like that. I mean, would you get your husband a dishwasher for his birthday?
I don't know
What?
that might you'd be surprised what we don't have here. You might think that they're in Greenland, but it's doubtful. Or they might be in the capital of Greenland, but not down here. Katie, sure you have a dishwasher. That's really not funny, Rita. I know you're being funny, and I'm not. I'm being sarcastic.
Yeah,
No, that's
I
and
know, Jamie. I'm sure you were thrilled. I just, you know,
I told
I
my
would,
husband I'm 62 years old and I'm still chained to the sink. There's this visible chain. You're not going anywhere until you wash all these dishes.
my shortcut was I didn't use the rag. I used my hands. So, like for spoons and forks and knives and all that, I just would rub them with my fingers.
No, Cynthia, I have no kids at home. All my kids are grown and have kids of their own. So that would be a no. Okay, let's tear out another piece of paper. Let's see what we're going to work on next. Oh, we're going to do some at an angle this time. Okay, now this one you can see is going at an angle with the triangle. Teresa,
Yeah.
when you get tired, let me know. Okay, I'm still on
Okay.
a roll, so I don't mind sewing longer.
Oh, yeah.
We're about 2.5 hours in right now.
Yeah. I'm going to run downstairs and check on my
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
crock pot, but I'm trying to get these trimmed up so I can, when I come back, I can. This block, I know I've been talking a lot and reading the chat and all that, but This block really does take a while.
Rita says, ha ha ha, sure it is. I have a dishwasher. It's called the hubby. Now, when Nikolaj comes home, he helps, but he's not home all the time. Remember that? 2 months at a time, he's not home. Even when I had an actual dishwasher, I still wash the dishes. For me, the dishwasher was used for sterilization. I just want to put plates, glasses, bowls, anything that's dishwasher, put in there and let it do all the washing of that. Skillets and things like that, I can do myself. I'm tired of doing it, is what it is. What? Oh, and yeah. When you come back,
Especially when you have a mess after cooking, you've made a big dinner and now you ate and you're tired. The last thing you want to do is do the dishes.
Exactly. And I love to cook. That's the thing. I love to cook. I just don't love what comes behind it. Because I would cook all day if someone else would take care of all the dishes.
Right.
Because that's what I love. All right, we need to pick colors again, and these need to be long strips. Okay, let me see what I could find for a long. We haven't used this one yet. All right.
My husband,
guess what? We can use this
hardly ever does the dishes.
Really?
Yeah.
Nikolaj will do from time to time.
He is really old school.
Oh, it's not the husband's place to be washing the dishes.
Exactly. Or cooking dinner or any of the household chores. But I mean, he will help out when I ask him to.
Yeah.
I was gonna say tell him to, but
that might be the wrong word.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay, we need a light color for that outside. I will feed you soon. Give me a hot minute. I'm waiting for Teresa to go check her crock pot first.
Okay, I'll go do it right now.
Yep. When you
I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
All right, take your time. No rush. She can wait. She's not starving to death. Oh. I need small piece. One small piece. What color do I want it to be? You are such a crybaby. You are. You're a little crybaby. My little crybaby. I don't know how she knows what time of the night it is, but she knows. She knows. It's funny how she knows. I'm trying to find a small piece to go with this lighter color right here. Nope. Oh, but this might work. No, not the yellow. What about this one? Okay, we're going to test run this piece. All right. Hang on a minute, you guys, because I want to show you two different colors for this corner down here, and I want to know which one you think works better. Okay, this pink is going bye-bye. All right. Okay, so we already got pink. Let me put everything next to this triangle. Because you see these lines are going in the same direction as the half triangle. So I'm going to put the pink next to the blue. And this dark purple that we couldn't use earlier, I think we can use it now. And then I was thinking of using this color right here for the next one. Then it's a choice between this or this one. So this is one. So everybody can you see? Yeah, you can see. Everyone look, what do you think about this one down here on the end? Or Do you think this other one works better? I think this does. Let me know. This one, the darker color, or the lighter color. Kitty, are you working from that book you showed us yesterday? Yes, Cynthia. I'll show you. Cynthia, don't run off. I'll show you what I've already made so far. Okay, so this light color or this darker turquoise. The light purple or the turquoise. The darker. Y'all see, yeah, I need you to say light or dark. Which do you like better? The light or the dark? Let's see which one wins out. Let's see, Kathleen says I like the lighter one. Quilting Compound says darker. Rita says darker. So we got 2-1 right now. Kathleen. Oh, you did already tell me. Okay. All right. 3-1. 4-1. Take the light pink out. You're talking about this one, right? Yeah. The blue, the dark, 2 lights, the rest dark. Really? You're going to talk to me that way? No, stop, Nora. Maybe I should change this one out too. Let me find another substitute to see what works better. I thought I saw a lighter purple that could work between that darker purple. Where did I see that at? Since we're using muted colors. Huh. So it looks like there's more people saying dark versus the light.
I'm back, but
Okay.
I got to plug in my phone here.
Okay.
So I'll be
Yeah,
back in.
I already have mine plugged in because I knew it would die if I didn't. And we'll sit here and play it down for a minute before I make a final decision.
All right. All trimmed up. Yep. All right. Now it's time for a cookie break. Arguing with the fur baby. I guarantee you're going to lose.
Yep, I'm gonna go feed her. I'll be right back, y'all.
Okay.
Because she's gonna keep complaining if I don't.
Yeah, it's funny how our dogs, I mean, when it gets to dinner time around here or breakfast, because we feed twice a day, and boy, I mean, they're bugging you. And I told you to stay downstairs if you wanted dinner because that is the one job your daddy has. Yeah. You can't have chocolate chip cookies. Sorry. And my dinner is doing fine in the crock pot, if anybody was wondering. It smells wonderful. Okay, Cynthia. Rita says, I make my dogs homemade dog food. Then they also have regular dog food available, but give them the homemade stuff twice a day.
Nora eats raw food, so I just have to go give it to her. Tonight is 2 chicken legs and an egg. And then she'll be in here 20 minutes later, probably pestering me to take her outside.
Yeah.
So let me see. We're going to take these 2 out. And I think I'm going to go with that because this is going to be very scrappy. I'm not sure about the pink. Maybe I should have put a lighter color on this side. Well, I could do this. I could switch this like this. Actually, you know what? That works. Now it looks more cohesive. Yep, that'll work.
Yeah,
Okay.
that looks good.
Yeah, that looks better that way. Now it looks like it should. So I'm like, it looks a little off. It looks all dark heavy, you know? Okay, that's what I needed to do. Okay, I need to press this one so I can trim it down because I only need to cut a small piece off of it. I don't know what I used it for because you see there's a cut in this strip piece. I must have used only a little piece. Okay, all right. So we're gonna lay it out like this, and then I think what I'm gonna. This is a big piece, so I need to trim this one down too.
Hi, Kathleen.
So we're just gonna cut a piece off of it. All right. Okay, now then, I'll put them in order that I'm going to use them in and set this aside because I need to fix this paper where I can use it. Kathleen says, yes, that's better. Yeah, it looked better when I did that. You're right. It kind of looked not right for some reason. Are y'all enjoying this? Cynthia, is she still here?
Yeah.
Here, I'll show you the blocks I've already made since you weren't here earlier. Let me show you the blocks. This is the first block. Didn't answer yet. She says she's got to go get her charger, so I don't know if she came back yet. Oh, she says she's back. Okay,
Yeah.
here's the block that I've made. Here's block number 2. And block number 3. That does look pretty cool, huh? When I get to number 4, maybe we can put it on the design board and see what it really looks like. Katie, did you find your... No, not yet, John. I'm beginning to think where I looked at it wasn't there, so I'm beginning to think maybe I don't have it anymore. I might have to I think I'm going to order one from Amazon to send to Sherry, and then when she's mailing me something, and I'll have her just stick it in the bag that she's sending me. Yeah, they're really they're coming out really nice.
Yeah, they look good.
Yep. They might not look like much by themselves, but I think they're going to look cool when you sew them all together. You wolf that down. I could hear her in there already eating the egg. I don't know how a dog crunches through bone so fast. She doesn't have competition anymore. Not that I fed them together because I always had this, because she would stand up to Dakota and you could hear her teeth clanking. And I always worried that maybe one day she'd anger him and he'd take a good bite out of her with those
Yeah.
big teeth he had, because he had big teeth. So I wouldn't feed them. They didn't fight, they just like bickered over the food. But if she tried to steal his food, he would let her know, oh, no, you don't. Not happening today. Not on my life. Okay, I need to figure out how big of a piece I need to cut with that light colored, because I don't need all of that dangling off the side of this square. All right, let me see if I can make do with, let's take about this much off. That gets sewn on last. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now, I'm going to turn the other direction. And I probably should have trimmed or cut them down to be smaller than I did, but need to make sure they're long enough because of the way we're going to be sewing these on. Okay. Let's do this way. And we're going to make sure we get it over the seam line. All right. That one's in place. And then we're going to lay this purple over the top of it. Okay. Now then I'm going to pin it so it doesn't move.
Hi, Jody.
Hey, Jody, or Joy T, sorry. Okay. Now then, let's get this on here. Okay. All right. Now what I got to do is I'm going to fold this over so I can trim it. You know what? Yeah, I'm going to trim this a little bit from the block so I don't have to fight with it so much. So hold on a second, but I need to press this first. Okay. We got this on here. Let me trim this. They'll get reused later. And then I'm going to do the same thing on this side to kind of cut down on some of this being confusing for me. Uh-oh, that was not open. Okay, I got that part done. All right. Now then, the next thing I got to do is I need to trim off this side too. And this is going to take a longer ruler. Okay, what did I do with my long? Oh, there it is. And look, I have another strip I can use on something else.
Awesome.
Awesome. Okay, now we got that cleaned up where it makes more sense. Now we're going to add on this turquoise. And I'm going to move part of it to one side so I can have a big chunk left over. I just need to make sure that it covers what it needs to cover. Okay. Come in here and go to sleep, little one. Get in your bed. Okay. Move that out of the way. Move this out of the way. Okay. Now we're going to sew this. We're going to end up having.
I think Willa thought you were talking to her.
Did she? When I mentioned bed.
Uh-huh.
She knows what that word means, huh?
Yep.
By the way, just to keep reminding y'all, I usually don't do this, but my birthday's getting closer. Just saying. But I'm definitely going to go live on my birthday for sure, because it's on a Wednesday,
When is your birthday?
the 26th.
Mine's in April.
You're a spring baby too. Oh, I
Yeah.
love it.
You are a little more than a month older than me.
Oh, okay. That's really cool, Teresa. Just saying.
Mine is on the 28th and yours is on the 26th?
Yeah, so I'm a month and what, 2 days older than you?
Yep.
That was a little close to my fingers. I normally stand up and do this. You probably noticed that. I'm sitting right this minute because I want to go ahead and sew. So wait, I need to do one more trim here. And I did it this way because I want to keep it clean. Okay, that might not get used for anything. All right, now then. Now all we got to do is stick this. There's just a tiny piece left here. And which side do I want to put on here?
Laura says, Katie, my mom's and my grandfather's birthday is on the 26th.
Oh, fellow birthday people. Yay.
Linda says, my daughter's birthday is April 27th. And she does love diamonds. Yes.
I don't know what I want for my birthday because I haven't asked. I usually don't say anything about what I want for my birthday.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I don't know.
I might have him get me a set of pastel pencils.
Oh, that would work.
Yeah.
most of my family tends to forget that I even have a birthday. So
Oh,
back to life. They won't remember.
not even your kids?
They don't remember half the time because they're so busy. They'll remember when they start seeing it come across my Facebook. For the people who do remember,
No. Does your husband remember?
he does if he's home because his birthday's 3 days before mine. So there's that.
Oh.
So his is on the 23rd. And Kristen's, my youngest daughter, hers is on the 19th of this month. You know, people, when I was pregnant with her and they were saying she was going to be due somewhere around the third week in March, people kept saying she needs to have you need to have her on your birthday. And I'm like, really? Because then they'll really forget I have a birthday. Because you know, my own mother would forget my birthday. And yeah, do you hear resentment in that? Kind of. Because I forget no one's birthday. It's a special day for being born, you know? Okay, now all I gotta do, I've got, now you can see I've got this side done. Get this loose thread out of the way. Close my rotary cutter before I do something bad. Now I'm going to go ahead and put this triangle on here. And trimming it down definitely makes it easier to line this triangle up properly. You know what? Okay. Now we're going to line that up and I'm going to pin it so it doesn't move. And we're going to have 4 blocks made so far. I'm on a roll, you guys. Getting some sewing done.
Yay.
There is a bit, I do have a wish. I shouldn't say this. I'm naughty. I do have a wish list over on Fat Quarter Shop. And there is a specific boutiques that's sitting on that wish list. But they're so pricey. I don't expect anyone to spend that kind of money because it is very pricey.
Just keep waiting for it to go on sale.
Yeah, if they don't sell out of it first, it's Moda's it's the newest Moda expressions, and they are so pretty. Oh my God.
Oh, I'll have to go look at them.
They've got like 3 different colorways of the expressions, and they are gorgeous. And I'm like, I want some, but no money.
Like it. Yeah, that's, you know, Laura, really don't need things for my birthday anymore. You know, there's really nothing I need to have. And
Yeah, I have a long list of things I want actually. I mean, it's like small things like there's a quilting book that I wouldn't mind having that I you know, you could like my daughters could they all 3 could put in money, all 3 of the kids put in money and buy me that quilting book. You know, it's that encyclopedia quilt book. I want that. You know, it's little things like that. Nothing that's too drastic. I don't ask for diamonds or pearls or anything else.
yeah,
I never been a jewelry person anyway. If I was in Florida, I'd say just buy me a plant, and that would make me happy. No, gotta watch that. What's up? Let's go hit a needle. Why do you want to turn? Oh, I know why you want to turn. Because there's that straight pin in the way. All right.
anymore. I usually just have him take me out to dinner.
Steak dinner sounds good too. That's probably what'll happen when he comes home. We'll go out and have a steak dinner at the restaurant that we have here in town. They make good ribeye steaks. And we didn't do we were planning to do date night or celebrate our anniversary this last time he was home, but that didn't happen because the weather was really bad where we couldn't get out. So I think when he comes home, we should just celebrate our birthdays and our anniversary and go eat at the hotel. A little bit of raveling on the edge of this one boutique.
I do that too, Linda. Buy what I want and then show my hubby what he bought me. Yep. Say, oh, by the way, this is what you bought me. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to trim it up and then I'll show it to you.
Like this last year at Christmas, we happened to be in town grocery shopping and stuff, and it was like a week before Christmas. He pulls over at this clothing store. They're kind of like a Sears or J.C. Penney's. Little bit of everything in there. And he hands me a wad of money and he goes, go buy yourself for something for Christmas. Like,
Oh,
okay, thanks,
cool.
honey. He goes, or you can go across the street to the fabric store, whichever you want to do. I'm like, believe it or not, I said, I really don't need any more fabric.
Okay, here's the next block. Here's block number 4.
Awesome.
So I'll set all the blocks up because we have enough to create another. I'm just going to show you what can be done with 4 blocks, so that you're like, well, you're making a very my OCD doesn't want to do this, but look what happens if you do this. Let me see if I'm gonna raise my, yeah, there we go, because I want to make sure this camera, or I could, you know what I can do? Hang on a minute. Let me turn the camera around and use a design board, because I can lay the design board down. I discovered another angle I could put this camera in without making a disaster. Okay, hold on a minute. Let me get a design board. And I'm going to show you 2 ways this block can be put together. So let's move this so it goes this direction. And I hope I don't make anyone sick. Then I'm going to put the design board here where you can see what I'm doing. Okay, so there's all kinds of ways you can do this. So one, I'm going to try to put this in the center where you can see what I'm doing. That does not look like the center, does it? That is so weird.
Bye, Shelby. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for coming, Shelby. See, you could do it like this.
And Cynthia, I did read your comments and I won't read them out loud because she asked us not to read it out loud.
Oh, okay. You can make an hourglass like this. Or we can turn these around where you have all of the background in the middle. Or you can turn them where you have all of the scrappiness to the middle. Wait, this needs to be. Now, see, we have, Yeah, this would not work because these are all going in the same direction. And that's because 3 of these blocks had this angle, and then this angle got changed. But we're going to be sewing 50 blocks, so there's all kinds of things you can do. If it were me, let me see, what would I do? I would probably take this one and put this here, put this here. I mean, if this is all I had to work with, but we're going to have lots more to work with. I would probably do it like this, probably.
I would like to see, did you do a pinwheel?
No, I haven't. Pinwheel.
Do a pinwheel with dark as the pinwheel.
Okay. Yeah, I forgot about the pinwheel. There is that too. Yep, here's another way of doing it. Okay, we're going to turn this one like this. And there you got a pinwheel. Ta-da!
I'm still waiting.
That one that's at the angle is the only one that's strange. But as you can see, there's all kinds of ways you can do this. And you know, because there's 50 pages in this little booklet.
Yeah.
Yes, once you get all of them made, you can play until you figure out the way you want it, because they're all not going to have these angles or these straight lines here. Some of them are going to have things within things, and you can get creative with it. Laura says,
I like the pinwheel.
yeah, I like the pinwheel too. And Laura says, I can't describe how much I love my husband. He has made my world. Same thing with my Nikolaj. Without him, there would be nothing. Oh, I see why she didn't want me to read that out loud. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's going to make it. You're right, Linda. It will. Okay. Is your dinner ready yet?
Me?
Yeah.
No, it can stay in the crock pot, so
Okay.
whatever.
Do you still want to sew some more, or are you wanting to get off?
I'm gonna keep sewing until I get this block done, so I'm gonna
Okay.
be here, so whatever you want to do.
So I'm going to keep going because I'm on a run here. Let's make some more of these because I'm actually having fun with this. This is fun. And it's, you know, and it is showing you guys a different way of using your scraps, which to me is lovely. Okay, so we'll set them aside and we're going to keep on going. Because I need watch hours anyway. All right, let's get another sheet of paper out. Let's see what the next one's going to look like we're going to do. I got to make sure that I don't make my laptop hot because I'm setting these blocks on top of it. Okay. All right. Now here's another one going at an angle different. Well, it looks like there's going to be a couple of them in a row that's like that. All right. So we're going to take two of them out. Okay. All right. Now I need to get 2 more triangles.
Yes, I am extremely happy for any woman who has a loving husband.
Joy T says, I'm ordering that book. Good. Hey, I'll post the links for all of y'all who might be interested in it. Here is the link to the triangles. What are you doing? This is for the triangle book. And also this one that's I'm going to share with you is actually Layla's webpage. She also has other types of papers as well that has to do with getting scrappy. So there's both of them. And I'm going to share Teresa's channel again so that anyone who's not subscribed to her, please go over there and do it.
Thank you.
Thank you for it.
Good night, Rena. Thanks for coming.
Good night, Rena. Rena, yeah, Rena. Have a good night. I hope you enjoyed the live tonight. Thank you. Honestly, I never thought I deserved that much love, but he gives it freely every day. Same with Nikolaj. I mean, Nikolaj told me it's his job to make sure I know I'm loved.
Oh,
I deserve to be loved because I spent all my life being told I didn't deserve it.
everybody deserves to be loved.
Yep. Okay. Let's save the thin one for last. I mean, for the next one. We're going to do the thicker one because it has part thin lines, part thick lines.
Yes, Mary, I'll be on tomorrow. Should be, 2 p.m., my normal time, Pacific Standard Time.
Now you're only 5 hours behind me, so I need to write that down. That's going to be three,
Yeah.
4, 5, 6, 7. 3, 4, 5, 7. Yeah, 7 my time.
Yep, 7 your time.
Yeah. Because I only do one. Oh, tomorrow's my, and that starts at 6 my time. Don't forget about tomorrow night being tomorrow afternoon, sorry. The live with me, Danny, and Myra for doing mental health. And that starts at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which will be 6 my time. So I should be, we probably will be done just as you're starting your live. Because that would be, if it's 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, it's going to be 1 o'clock your time, right? Teresa?
Yeah.
Okay.
4 o'clock?
Yeah. So we'll probably be shutting it down around that hour mark or a little over it. And then I'll just send everybody to you. Because I only do the mental health one once a month. And my friend Myra that lives in Florida, she's going to join us because she's a social worker that deals in that kind of thing. And she might have, she has things tools that she can share with all of us on what she suggests anyway.
Yeah.
Let's see.
What really helped me was like having a journal.
Yeah, I guess I should get back to writing journals again. It's just, I find I need to set alarms in my phone because YouTube doesn't always alert me. I don't know what the deal is because I turn on, you know how when you go to YouTube on your timeline, YouTube, it'll show videos upcoming and stuff, and it'll ask you if you want to be notified. Should your notification not be working for whatever reason, I will turn that on when I see it like that because I'm like, well, I set to notify me already, but apparently it doesn't. So I'll click that little button and I still don't get a notification. I think they must be doing something to the platform right now. I don't know what, but something. Okay, now let's see if we can find some hot colors to play with. Run into hot colors. I haven't hardly used any. Let's do red. Maybe red. Thinking about it.
Oh, thanks, Cynthia. She said, I just subscribed to you, Teresa. I noticed you have a video on a project bag. That's what I'm working on. Bags, pouches. to sell for my son's fundraiser for Japan trip this summer. That's awesome. Yeah,
Thank.
I have. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna thank her for subscribing.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Um, with that project bag that I made that I was doing cross stitch a lot, I also did a floss wallet, is what I called them. And those are really cool. And you're more than welcome to make those and sell them if you want to. They're pretty neat. At least I like them anyway. They're really handy for cross stitchers. Okay, how did I end up with 2 extra?
That's a good question. These three pieces. 1, 2, 3, 4. We could probably use this here piece for the corner. Yep, that would work.
I know, Laura, me too. My notifications are always on too, and
Okay.
I hardly ever get them.
All right.
Well, I get notified 30 minutes before the video starts, like if it's a live stream. And then I think I get notified like a few seconds right before the video starts, but not with all of the people I watch. And I've even unsubscribed and resubscribed, clicked here, clicked there. Okay, so 1, 2, 3,
My colors fit.
4,
I need to see how long this
5,
one's
6,
on.
7, 8. Okay, so I have 8. So now I got 2 extra. Well, that is a bummer. Pink,
Change.
blue, blue, pink, blue, pink, blue, pink, blue, pink, blue, pink, blue. Okay. Oh, that's awesome, Cynthia. She said, I made a smaller size of bags in that style. I sold 4 of them so far.
Oh, that's cool.
Exactly. Hi, Barbara. She said, yeah, a lot of squirrels can happen in 30 minutes. Exactly. Like, I don't mind the 30-minute warning, but once you do the 30-minute one, I'd like them to do like 15 minutes and then 5 minutes. Some sort of countdown. Yeah, that's what I do too, Laura. Now when I know they're going, especially if they have normal days, I just put it in my calendar and set my own alarms.
Cynthia says, thanks for the book. I might do it one day when I finally can start quilting. Hey, Barbara, how are you? welcome to the channel.
Yeah. And if any of you out there are watching and not subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button.
Yeah, did you know that I have 25% of my viewers that watch my channel are not subscribed to my channel? And
You know that
you're probably wondering,
happens a lot.
yeah, and some people are probably wondering how we know that because we can see it in our analytics. It shows
Yeah.
what percentage of subscribers are watching and which percentage of non-subscribers are watching. And mine is 25% that's not subscribed to my channel, but they're watching. So I'm not going to complain because they're giving me watch hours, which
Right.
a lot.
Yeah, it doesn't cost you anything, you know, you might as well subscribe. I feel pretty lucky. The last time I checked, I had 78% of the people watching me were
Oh,
subscribed.
wow.
Yeah.
Lucky you. I wish that was what mine was. Four and five. Okay, let's get started on this next one. And we'll see if I can't manage to get these two thin strips out of this one wide strip. I'm hoping that I can get two pieces out of this.
Hi, Robin. How are you doing?
Robin, welcome, welcome. Okay, that looks good. Now let's put this violet on top of this because that's what we're going to use.
Um, Cynthia, Misty wants to know, where do you sell the bags? You ready to go downstairs so you can eat dinner? It is time, isn't it? All right, come on. I'll
Do
let
the
you.
feeder. Dogs are so funny. They're like, you might go without eating at the regular hour, but I'm not going hungry on your account.
She can go down there and stare at her dad.
Because he'll end up, it's the, what do you call it? The showdown at the OK Corral. Let's see who wins.
Yeah. Well, that's his one and only household job. So, you know, is to feed the dogs. That's his job.
Yep.
Well, and he's to walk the dogs at least once a day.
Do you have one dog or two dogs?
Two.
How come I
My
never
dog
seen?
and his dog is always down with him, and my dog's always up here with me.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I didn't know there was another one. So I guess I've not seen it.
Probably not. It's a chocolate lab.
Aw,
Her name
Labrador
is
dogs.
her, yeah. Her name is Annie.
Sweet.
And then, you know, my dog is named Willa.
There is something wrong here. Wait a minute. Oh, no, I didn't. Okay, I was about to say, I'm sewing this on the wrong side, but no, I'm not. I was about to get myself confused because it's sitting at an angle. Sorry about that, Teresa.
No, it's all right.
Like, wait, that didn't look right. It's because this is a very narrow strip I'm sewing. So let's get it folded over and then I'll use the seam roller on it after I finger press it a little bit.
So
Okay.
it's 11 o'clock for you, huh?
Yep, it is. But it's okay. I haven't been able to sleep, so I might as well sew while I do think I need to take medicine soon though, because I forgot to take my 6 o'clock medicine again.
Boy,
It's
when
just
I was
it's just paracetamol, but I can always tell after like if I've missed it by like 3 or 4 hours, I can tell because I hurt. And I have to go to the bedroom to get them because that's where they're at.
Oh, Barbara, let me put my channel in there. Um,
Oh, I could do that.
no, it's okay. I got it.
Okay.
And thank you for asking.
Welcome.
There you go. I go live on Sundays at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And it's just a sew and chat. Sometimes we do, projects together, but no, thank you. Appreciate it.
Spin this first off right here first. Let's do this side first. And then we're going to do the other side because I think I'm going to need a longer ruler. Uh-oh, that moved, darn it. But it's okay, it didn't. Oh, it's not going to mount down here anyway. All right, now we're going to turn this around and I'm going to stand up because I don't want the ruler moving. All right. This is going to be the narrowest seam I have ever seen. All right.
Oh yeah. Jamie I know I missed you last week. I didn't see you. Put your channel in there.
Yeah, you can type exclamation selfie. But I also think I have you in the bot. Let me check before you do. Oops. No, Jamie. Let me see if it comes up or not because I thought I had you in there. Yep, there you are.
Okay. So there's Quilting Compound. Her channel, her name is Jamie. She has an awesome channel. You guys should check her out also.
Yes, she does. Okay, now we're going to put this little piece right back over here on this other. And so I don't know why it looks odd, but it does. But it's the way it's supposed to be. Okay. All right.
You, did you see Dayla's sewing room tour this morning?
You mean Delia's or Dahlia's?
Yeah, it's
Del
Delia.
oh, gotcha. Uh, no, but I'll go. Is it in her channel or in Donna's?
It's in Donna's.
Yeah, I'll have to go over there and look later. I was
Oh,
asleep.
she has a big, beautiful sewing room. I mean to
Yeah, the
tell you.
last time I saw it, um, she showed it to us before, or showed it. I don't know. Maybe she showed it on a Zoom. Maybe that's what it was. I don't remember, but I know it was she. She has a whole basement or
Yeah,
something.
yeah, and she's got a full kitchen down there too.
Oh,
You know,
it's cool.
fireplace,
Yeah,
and
she's
she's got,
cranking with space, man.
yeah, she's got a long arm down there.
Uh-oh. I think I'm.
I keep trying to get Brandon to come up here and like he could do some sort of craft project, and there's plenty of room, you know, because it kind of gets lonely, you know, sewing by yourself and not having somebody to talk to.
Oh, I know what the problem is. I was about to sew this on the
But
wall.
he won't
Sorry.
do it. He doesn't want to learn to sew.
Does he like to do any kind of craft?
Yeah, he makes sheaths for his knives. He does like leather work.
Well, he could do that on a live.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, Jody. Day has a fabric store.
She definitely has a big sewing room, that's for sure.
Oh,
I
Cynthia, that's a great idea. She said, quilting compound, that scrappy jar quilt is awesome. My oldest son's name is Mason. I should make him a mason jar quilt. Oh, I think that would be great.
be cool, yeah, definitely. Funny, but these little thin lines, if you're not paying attention to what you're doing, you end up sewing the wrong side. So, yep. Anyone that runs into any problems with this paper, let me know, and I'll tell you what. If you just got to pay attention to what you're doing. Is basically the thing. Which means I need to put that.
Yeah, they did a fabric haul too. So they did a sewing room tour and then fabric haul. And
Cool.
actually, they didn't get as much fabric as I figured they would. So,
Well, even if they did, it's their right to do so, right?
they went to 2 different quilt stores.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Uh, Day lives in Michigan.
Oh, so Donna's in Michigan with her because Donna lives on the East Coast.
Donna lives in Maryland.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And Michigan's like way north,
Yeah.
running next door neighbor to Canada.
Yeah, Donna took a plane trip to get to Day's house.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't think they're done shopping either, Jody.
probably not. All right, where's that other ruler? Wow, I keep misplacing. Oh, there it is. I keep putting it where I shouldn't put it. That's out of the way. Now we are going to part the orange next to it. So much for thinking of things. Oh, okay, now then. All right, we're chugging along here. We're real close to finishing another block too. As soon as I get
Awesome.
the last piece on, then all I have to do is sew on the triangle and it will be done. Okay. What do you, she says, I would love to share the best. Okay, you already read that one. Okay. Joy T says they're having fun and they're happy. Okay, now what we gotta do is we're going to finger press this with the ruler first. All right, then we're gonna turn it and trim. Get some of this excess off. And I'm going to go ahead and trim this side because I can think that I got all of it together, so I can go ahead and trim it.
Okay, last piece to sew on there.
Yay. Wait to see how it looks. Oh, that did not cut. These rotary blades sometimes are. I have so many rotary cutters, and every so often I have to change all their blades because I just like rotate through them. But I haven't got around to rotating through them because I got to looking at how many blades I have, and I'm like, maybe not. Not until I order some more.
Yeah. Do you turn yours around or over? And
Does that
I always,
work?
uh-huh,
Oh, I didn't know that. That's
yeah.
something I hadn't heard.
It doesn't last that much longer, but it does work.
Okay, I'll give that a try. I don't go, I mean, let me show you how many, I'm hoping you can see it in the camera, I hope.
Yeah.
Uh, Can you see there's probably, I don't know how many's in there, but, that's 5 or 6 years worth of blades.
Wow.
So I use them until they just start becoming a nuisance.
Yeah.
Now, the spray pins, on the other hand, you see there's a lot of them in there.
Hey, Becca, how's it going?
Becca, welcome. Nice to see you. Okay, so let's get this triangle put on here. And we're going to get it all lined up. Hey, Becca, if you're not busy with Wednesday evening, come see me because I'm going to be celebrating my birthday on the live sew. That's the 26th, not this coming Wednesday. If you have time, that is. Because I know you're busy. All right. Now all we got to do is I got to make sure yep. Okay, let's get this last seam done. Then I'll press the whole thing and we'll trim it and I'll show it to you. And now we'll have 5 of these made. I'm going to keep on going.
Keep on,
Yep.
keep on going.
Right in. Paper. All right. Okay.
Oh, no. I sewed these all wrong.
Uh-oh. Oh, will you be able to take them out quickly or is it going to require a lot of work?
Well, it's 8 of them, so it's gonna,
Going to be a little bit of an ordeal. Well,
yeah.
we're with you if you want to get them out.
Gosh darn it.
It's okay. I've done it so many times. I couldn't even tell you how many times I've done that.
That's the problem with, like on the pattern,
Hmm.
all of the pieces are the same color. And so,
Yep.
it's really easy to get them mixed up. Gosh darn.
Hey, Linda Parsons.
What would be yeah, I sewed them on the wrong side. That's what I did.
Uh, Yesterday, yeah, it was yesterday when I was working on making those 9 patch blocks out of the 4 patch blocks, and I ran out of the 4 patch blocks, so I started making some more. And two of the one set of them has a light background on it with a little bit of color on it, and I sewed them wrong side up, so I have to take them out.
It happens.
Yes, it does. Anytime that, oh, there you go. Thank you.
Yay, Cynthia. Congratulations. That's awesome.
Congratulations, Cynthia.
Hi, Linda.
Let's trim this. Okay.
Linda Parsons says hello.
How you doing, Linda? The button is good, says Cynthia.
I need a sharper rotary cutter.
Hey, I will have to try. Yeah, I have enough of them to turn around. I should do that and see what happens. See if that doesn't, because if it works, then that means I get a little longer life out of them. Because uh, I have to order the one. They sell rotary blades here, but they're as pricey as they are buying them from a quilt shop. And I just cannot stomach paying that kind of price for uh, rotary cutters for just two blades, you know? Not when I use them constantly. It's too bad they don't sell rotary cutters because you know you can use them for carpet. There's the carpet ones, but I don't think they have anyone laying carpet here in Greenland. Not that I'm aware of. So they probably don't even sell the blades in like the lumber store. All right, here is number 5.
Hoot hoot.
Ta-da! That one has a.
Beckel. Laura says the podcast this morning was amazing.
I'll be right back. I got to get more drink.
Okay. I think I need new seam rippers. Mine are all getting dull. Get the one from the long arm. If there's one over there. Yeah, let's see how this one is. This one even has a light on it. That's why I have it over by the long arm. Oh yeah. Much better. Yeah, that's right. If your seam rippers are dull, you've used them too much. Well, this
Thank
pink
you.
one right here, I've had for like, I don't know, 6 years or so. Yeah, I think it's time to just throw it away.
So we're going to run through these so you can get refreshed on the blocks. So this is block 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So let's go ahead and start on the next one. We're going to make a 6th one.
Oh, I really like that one with the little teeny strips there
Yeah,
with the
hey,
purple in it.
yeah, and look at this. Look at these teeny ones. Yeah, you're talking about this one? Yeah. Now we're going to have more teeny strips. Look here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 of those tiny strips. That's going to be fun. Oh, but it'll be fun because now I can, let's see, I've used turquoise in that stripe. Let's try a different color for a stripe. Okay. Let me share some channels here. Okay, there's Becca's channel. If you've not been to Becca's channel, because there might be someone in here that's never been there, here's her link for her channel. I'm going to share Teresa Louise's again, in case you haven't made it over there yet. Am I spelling that right? This is Teresa's. Anyone else in here that's got a channel? Joy T has one, but Joy T, if you'll type the word exclamation selfie, share your channel, okay? Hey, Lana, good to see you. Yeah, share your channel because I don't have you in the bot.
And Jamie has a channel.
I have one for Jamie, yeah. I actually have her in the bot because anyone I've interviewed is in the bot.
Oh,
So,
okay.
see, I'm going to have to get you to come over and let me interview you about your sewing machines.
Hey, Lana, how's it going?
No. Oh, wait. I get you confused with, oh, it's Terry that has the channel. Why do I keep doing that? She's like, no, I don't have a channel. It's Terry that has the channel. Oops, sorry. Okay. Anyone else in here with a channel that I haven't shared yet? I didn't see Jean. How did Jean slip in here and me not see her? Hello, Jean, if you're still
Oh,
here. Yeah, she's
I
right
didn't
there.
I didn't see her. Hi, Jean.
Okay, for any of you who have channels, you can type, and I'm going to write it in or type it in here for you. Type exclamation selfie, and you can share your channel. I have no problem with that at all. The more the shares, the better.
There, those are all done. See,
Okay,
that didn't take too long.
that's good. I'm glad because I was worried it was going to take you a bit.
No, I do it the fast way.
Oh, okay.
There's a fast way. Zips. As long as you have a sharp seam ripper, it goes pretty fast.
Becca was my the first person I interviewed on my channel.
Yeah.
Yep, she was the very first one I interviewed, and then I interviewed Kim of Cotton Cuts, and we did a 4-part series with Kim, or I did a 4-part series with Kim of Cotton Cuts. They were the first two that I did on my channel. Gosh, that seems like so long ago, but it really wasn't. It's only a year and a half, about a year and a half ago, because my channel turns 2 in July. Doesn't seem like it's been, it seems like it's been a while, but really it hasn't.
Yeah, it gives you something to do, huh?
Mm-hmm. It definitely has kept me more busy, especially the more I learned with sewing. I do need to update my bot with some channels though. That exclamation selfie does help a lot though, because they can actually share the channel if they want to.
Right.
Lana says, my house survived the fires, barely, but most of my neighbors' homes were burned to the ground. A lot of homes in my mom's town were burned to the ground too. Fire
Oh,
came less than a quarter of a mile to my house. Wow. I'm glad your house was safe, Lana. But I feel bad for the rest of them that wasn't. When I was growing up, you never heard about neighborhoods getting wiped out by fires. Now, when the kids were growing up, there was a big fire that started in South Georgia. It had a name, but I can't remember the name of it. But it started there and it crossed the Florida Georgia line. And before it was over, the entire state of Florida was on fire. And
Oh, no.
one day I walked out the door because I had to keep the windows shut because I have lung problems. And I walked out the door because I needed to go get the kids from school. And it was like we were dark, like we were at nighttime. That smoke cover was so thick it had turned daylight to darkness. It was the craziest thing. It burned thousands of acres of forest all over Florida. Oh, wait a minute. Where's number one at? Oh, there's number one. I was about to say, where did it go? And five. And, oh, there's lots of pieces to this one. But some of it's small. We're going like from long to short. Okay, now here comes the fun part because I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use one color for the very skinny stripes, and then I'll put in there different colors for the bigger pieces. So let's see what I can pick out here. Now I need to decide on what I want to use for the stripes, and I think I'm going to use mellow yellow orange, probably. All right, let's see what I can poach out of my stash.
Hi, Peter. How are you doing?
Hey there, Peter. Oh, gosh, I'm going to have a mess on the floor if I'm not careful. All right, I need to set this aside because I need to find colors. All right.
Okay.
Right here. Here, I think this. So let me see if I can find the right color that I'm after to use for that thin stripe. If not, then we can always choose something else. See here. Actually, I need to put these over here. Oh, there's a green. I haven't used any green hardly, come to think of it. Maybe I have a strip of green and I can stick green in there and then do something. That's an idea. Okay, let me see what I can find. Wait a minute, let me see here. Yeah, there's one running parallel to that triangle. But it needs to be lighter than the blue. That's why I wanted to choose a warm color. I don't see a yellow in here. Let me see if I can find some in here. Nope, none in there either. So we need to look through another box.
Did you remember to take your meds?
No, I'll go to the bedroom and get them. I'll be right back.
You better do that.
Yeah.
I just had to take mine. That's why I reminded myself. Fabric really dries my hands out. Anybody else have that issue? Hi, Lana. I said hi earlier. I guess maybe you didn't hear me. But I'll say hi again. I don't mind. Of course, it being winter dries your hands out too. It does mine anyway. The dry, cold. The fabric. Cotton fabric. Yeah, it makes me sneeze too from the dust. It never fails. I'll perfectly fine, and then I sit down here to go live, and I'm messing around with fabric, and all of a sudden my nose starts itching, and I keep going like this, trying to get the fabric dust. Oh, good, Laura. I reminded Laura that she needs to take her meds too.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Oh, is Gladys still here in the group?
Oh, I didn't
She
know
was
Gladys.
earlier. I'm not sure if she is.
Yeah, I don't know if she was here or not. I haven't seen her. If she slipped in like Jean did, then that's a possibility.
Yeah, I have dry skin a lot too. I like
Okay.
to use, I think it's called jojoba oil, and I put a little bit of lavender or whatever smell you like in there, and then I use it as like a body lotion. It works pretty good. And I don't use soap. I know that sounds weird, but the soap just really dries you out.
I watched a video the other day that was talking about bathing when you hit the age of 70. And it was saying that if anyone above the age of 70 bathed every day, that they every time they bathed in hot water, or if they sat in a hot tub at that age, that it damages the skin because the skin layer is thin already, and that bathing 3 times a week is more than sufficient as far as the whole body is concerned. And if there's concern about um, odor or whatever from certain spots of your body, then you can hand wash those. Because it
Yeah.
says that they were saying that it would help promote healthier skin by doing that, along with preventing infections of the skin. Because when you're scrubbing with soap or whatever, you're breaking down what's left of that layer, and then it has to heal. And if you're doing this every day, there's chances of infection in your skin. I didn't know
Yeah.
that. I know I don't wash my hair every day anymore. I stopped doing that about, I don't know,
Well,
2 years
some
ago.
people may think this is gross, but I only shower like once every 5 days. Otherwise, I have other ways of taking care of, you
Yeah,
know.
there's a washcloth and a bucket or a bowl of water. But I stopped doing that, and I'm having less trouble with my scalp itching.
Yeah.
It's definitely improved it a lot.
if for some reason my hair got really dirty before I shower, I would just do it in the kitchen sink or something, you know.
Yeah.
Uh, but yeah, I stopped using soap on my skin quite a while ago because it just dries it out so bad. And I just don't think we really need that because, like, are we really dirty? You know, it's not like I'm going outside and digging for, a garden or, you know, I'm not sweating. So, oh yeah, goat's milk soap would be good. I do
Okay.
use soap, like in my underarms, but that's it. And
I've also I've also
it
seen
really has made a difference because my arms and stuff were just getting so dry and it was terrible. So
oh, I want to do this
I think we just dry up as we get older.
because I definitely have dry skin now. I used to put lotion on my legs when I was young because I felt like my legs were dry. And then at one point I got where I didn't need to because it seemed like it was fine. But now I'm back to having dry skin again.
Yeah.
It needs to be a regular affair. Okay. I'm cutting this down where I can manage it.
Cynthia says it's true. As we age, our skin thins and we should not bathe or shower daily. My legs get crazy dry. Yeah, Shirley. That's why I started using that um, oil, jojoba oil. I think that's how you say it. I just get it off of Amazon, and I can't remember what brand it is. I just keep looking around until I find one that has really good reviews, doesn't have additives or anything like that, because you don't want that. Because you can even use that on your face. It's a really nice oil.
Teresa, where do you buy your Hojuba from?
That's what I was just talking about.
Sorry.
That's okay. You might
I
be getting you might be getting tired.
No, I got distracted because my husband texted me. And
Oh,
it's weird, but when I read something, I don't always hear what's I hear you, but my brain's not whatever, not saying, "Oh, she just said this."
I don't remember what kind of bar soap this was called, but it was clear. Didn't have, but I can't get it here. I used to buy it at Mart. It was a pretty good soap.
My friend Melanie that lives in Brooklyn, not Brooklyn, Syracuse, sorry. She used to live in Brooklyn. Um, she doesn't use liquid shampoo in her hair anymore. She's been buying some natural bar soap that she washes her hair with, and she says she loves it. And she's finally got Michael, her husband, doing it, and and it's a natural soap that doesn't damage the environment because she's like me. She's gotten where she's getting more proactive about things that she doesn't want to put back out into the world. And he says that she's doing a really good job with it. That she likes it, and her hair is soft as ever. I'm scared to do bar soap because my hair is baby fine, and when it's wet, it's like this unruly bunch of spider webs that can get in a knot real easy. And I can't imagine rubbing a bar soap in my hair and not causing tangles.
Yeah. I think I've seen that advertised. I don't remember what it's called, but
She
um,
swears by it. She loves it.
hey, let's see. I think it was Jody. I'll try and remember to bring my bottle of jojoba oil up here tomorrow so I can tell you what brand it is.
Trying to find some hot colors to use. Hot child in the city.
Cynthia says, a Gladys has requested my Facebook friendship. I don't know anyone by that name. Gladys,
In what Facebook?
in her own Facebook.
Oh, your own Facebook. If you don't know them, don't say yes until you find out who it is. Especially if
Yeah,
you've got your Facebook set to be private or whatever, like I do.
yeah, I wouldn't either. The only Gladys I know is the one that sews with Kathy, and I don't know what her last name is.
Yeah, I don't know what her last name is either.
And I don't know why she would just all of a sudden want to friend you on Facebook. So
There's been someone in our that joined the Greenland Quilter group in Facebook, and there's that yellow that I was looking for. But anyway, not to get sidetracked here. Um, the those we had a discussion the other night on the live. I don't remember which one. I was telling them that I have it released a posting that she was giving away a dookie and a baby lock because she had got her mother had passed away or something like that, and she was giving them away for free. But I didn't know who this person even was because I have some people that are in the group that I don't know who they are, and I'm pretty sure they didn't come from Tuber Chat or anywhere else. But I guess they're either way they're strangers is what I'm saying. So I got to thinking about this. Now my channel's set so you can't share things like promoting t-shirts or anything like that that's selling something. And I got to thinking about that. Well, is this the same thing? You're self-promoting a sewing machine, even though you're giving it away, but we don't know who you are from Adam's House Cat. And I got to thinking about that. So I brought it up in the channel the other night, and every one of them says you should not okay that because it could be a scammer. And so I did. So I ended up made the decision not to let it go through. And then today I get another one that's similar in nature, only they're giving away those die cut sets. What are they called? Go something.
yeah,
She's
Aqua
giving
Quilt.
them, yeah, the AccuQuilt, she's giving them away. And I'm like, we have ourselves. There's no way that people are just coming in there suddenly and giving things away that there's something going on. So I am not going to okay that one either because I don't want anyone contacting a stranger and then get ripped off. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
If
I know.
no, then no.
Well, I'm gonna have to go down and finish making dinner and stuff, so
Okay.
I'm gonna
Thank
have to leave you here.
you. I really appreciate it.
Are you gonna stay on? If you are, I'll just keep watching, but
Yeah, I'll stay on for a little bit longer until I want to make at least this next block and then I'll decide then.
okay.
All right. Thank you for coming tonight. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I
Yep.
always enjoyed being here, sewing with you and
Well, I
chatting with
appreciate it.
everybody.
Yep. Thank you.
So, all right, we'll see you guys.
Okay, bye,
Thanks.
sweetie. I'll see you tomorrow on your live too. I know you're going to be in here too.
Yep, I'll be here. Okay, bye.
Bye. Shirley, yeah, the AccuQuilt Go, that's what they're trying to give away. And I'm like, no, don't know who you are because they're using a strange name. All right, I am having decisions problems. Well, here's a strip. Let's use one of these since I have leftovers of them. How you been doing, Shirley? I talked to someone about getting an AccuQuilt for amazing low price. I asked how much shipping would cost to Alaska, and she quoted $35. Well, someone's actually given me hers, and I'm not going to say who, but I will wait and get them when I come to the United States because the price of shipping entire kit is crazy. So I'm going to bring them back in a suitcase because she says she doesn't use hers anymore. And I would love to use the ones for the half triangles because I would love test running that. I think it would be fun. Let's not do this color, but let's do this color. I think that would work. Okay. I am just pilfering through here to see what I can find, and I'm making a mess of my stash, which is not good because that means I have to come back through here and clean it up. And I found another cape in my boutiques, which is not supposed to be in here. I'm trying to find yep, I need to go over to the cutting table and see what I got laying over there. Hey, Shirley, do you want to come up? You can come up if you want to. Those templates are called Go Me. Yeah, I couldn't remember the exact name. I'm really terrible with names of things. Shipping from North Carolina to Alaska would be way more than 35 bucks, says Shirley. Boutiques are my favorite too, and I have lots of them. You probably noticed. All right, I'm gonna go look on my table because I've been cutting boutiques over there too. I had some leftovers from what I was using on what I've been working on for the last 3 months because I have several projects I'm using boutiques. Okay, so let me decide what I'm going to do here. I'm definitely going to use the yellow for the thin stripes, and we're going to make it interesting. Let me see how many stripes do we have. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4 of those. So 4 different colors. So we're going to use this pink. Not exactly pink. I'm not sure what color you call this. I want to use red. Wait. Okay, so I'm going to use this color and this color probably. I don't know. I haven't made a decision yet. Let me see. What else? Oh, here's some. These could be used for the thin stripe too. Yep, they're long enough. I might use those as the stripe. Then we have an orange. Let's see here. Okay. Let me switch these for this for now. Because I think I have at least enough for at least 2, maybe 3. And then if I run out, I can just use this one as backup. And we'll set this one aside. That's going to get put aside. Then I want to use this particular orange. Then we'll use this one. And I want to use a little bit of this dark red. That leaves one more color I need to use. And, let me see what I can pull out of here. Oh, I need another vibrant color. I'm looking for another color, so bear with me here. I know what. We're going to use this accent color that I used to use in the other quilt I was making. Okay, now I found one yep, this will work. Maybe I can find some shorter pieces of it though. Hang on a minute. I gotta go through here real quick without making a total disaster. Yep, here we go. I found what I was looking for right here. Okay. We'll put this other one back. All right. Yeah, here we go. All right. And we'll use this one. Yep, I think that'll work. And I'll set everything out of the way in case I need a backup plan. All right. Over here. All right. Okay. Now then, let's see how I want to do this. Which one do I put next to? I need to see. Okay, let's start out with the dark one first. Then we'll move into a lighter one and then go back to a dark one because we're going to rotate between them. I need to press these. I'll be right back. Cynthia says, I like to look for Greenland Quilter and Tammy's channel when I'm home alone and so on. It's nice to have conversation. Plus, I actually learn more about quilting and so on. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Shirley left? Oh, she's going to do dinner. Okay, sorry. All right. So, okay. All right. I need to get things reorganized here since I just turned it into chaos. All right. I need another drink. I appreciate that, Cynthia. Okay, so let me turn this over. We're going to start working with, okay, so this is not going to go in the exact order of how you see me have this laid out because we're going to start down lower to start with. So I'm still using the yellow down here. And then number 2, I need to make a decision on how I want to do this. So if I'm using that for this one, this is going to be number 2 right there. Okay, got it. And yes, I'm talking a lot to myself right now. Sorry. Okay. Tammy has a great channel also. Yes, she does. All right. So what I'm going to do is we're going to start with this yellow down here a little bit. And I'm going to make sure that I have it so I can have that 1/4 inch seam on the other side of it. So let me take a peek through the paper. And I look like I have it lined up. And then we're going to take this red, which is a big chunk of fabric, and we're going to put it on top. And then I'm going to recheck it again to make sure everything's where it's supposed to be. Yep, it looks like it is. I just got to get everything to stay put. I'm going to pin it and then have a look at it. Good night, Jamie. Have a nice evening and have a good weekend. Thank you for coming and watching with me. I like Tim Holtz fabric also. I haven't bought any of his. Nothing I've seen that I don't know. I just haven't found anything I want to sew with yet. Some of his stuff is pretty cool though. Wow, I really put that up there, didn't I? But that's okay, because I'm gonna have too much than not enough. And my blade was open. Oops. All right, let's go ahead and sew this first line. If I wasn't on here listening to you talk to yourself, I would just be talking to myself or my dogs. I think a lot of times when I get more tired, I start doing it a lot. And that doesn't mean there's anything wrong with me because there's not. All right, let's trim this off so that I don't have so much stuff. No, what I need to do is let's go ahead and get this other side off first. That's what I need to do first. Okay, now I can trim it off. Okay, this done first. Now what we got to do is turn the second color back over again. And then I need to press it again with my ruler. And then I'm going to turn it back over again. And we're going to go ahead and trim the other side of it too. Get that 1/4 inch seam allowance in. Okay. Got that one out of the way. Katie, is that a true count of people watching your channel? How many are you seeing watching my channel? Above your name, how does that work? Just curious. I don't know what you're seeing, Joy T. You'll have to tell me because I can't see that because I've separated the chat from the channel. I don't know. Let me go look and see how many's watching. Because I don't have 32. Yep. If you see 32, that's actually how many's watching. That's definitely who's watching. Okay, now we need 1, 2, 3. Oh, we need to trim on this side too. Yep. Hey, Jean. How you doing? Are you working on anything? There's probably a few people now, 33. Cool. There's probably people sewing and listening at the same time. I know that that's what I do. Sometimes I don't even talk in a channel. It depends on whose channel it is. Or I might be and if you don't believe me, ask my husband. Sometimes I watch one live on the television, which I can't comment on, while watching another one on the laptop. I'll be watching 2 lives at the same time. Because I believe in helping give watch hours. I guess you get watch hours. Yes. I won't get, engagement hours that I get from the chat, but I'm still getting watch hours, which is good. All right, 3. Which is what all of us channel people want. Okay, I was going to use, let's see here. I was going to use that one here. And there's this, yeah, so that goes there. No, this one goes there. Yeah, here's going here. Okay, let's use this one. Or do I want to use this one? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Let's use this one. Yeah, it's the only way to keep up, Jean. I mean, there's a lot of channels now, and I know that I try my best, and even if I'm not, even if I can't watch everybody at the same time on a live, if they've had a live and I missed their live, I go back and I watch the replay. Every one of almost all y'all's channels, including yours, Jean, I go back and catch up on lives. Even if it takes me a week to do it, I catch up on everybody because it does matter if you get watch hours. And my watch hours have dropped 50%. I don't know what's going on, but people are not watching. Or I don't know. I don't think people are not watching. I think that this, I guess springtime's one of those months where kids are going to do all kinds of different things and their parents are out with them and stuff. And I think that's why. That was not supposed to sound like a complaint because it's not. Okay, let's get this one sewn on. You should be dead tired, says Denise. And then, yeah, I slept 5 hours, I think, today before I got on today. I slept from, let's see, I don't remember what time I knocked off, but it was like 5 o'clock this morning, wasn't it? Something like that when I stopped sewing. And then I went to bed. It took me a couple hours to go to sleep because I ended up having to watch TV to fall asleep. And then I only woke up. I woke up twice. The first time was my usual reason to get up and take a walk to the, well, you know where. But the second one, someone screaming outside woke me up. I don't know who it was that was yelling, but someone was yelling outside. And he sounded drunk. So I don't know. But I went back to sleep. I just ignored it and went back to sleep. And then, like the last hour that I stayed in bed, I just cat napped So I kind of was asleep, but not asleep kind of thing. My eyes were shut, put it that way. And at some point, Nora's like, Mom, you need to get up. But Nora had her potty patrol when I had got up to do my own. Something, oh, I was about to say, I thought something's wrong, but no, it's not. I did what I was supposed to do here. Okay. I thought I did something wrong, but I didn't. It's all good. It's all good. And before I trim this, let's take part of this off so I can use these bigger pieces. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, now we'll trim it. Oops. Let's trim this side off too. Maybe I can get more off of it by doing that. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe not. Okay. That's what I was thinking. Lives get busier as spring activities start back up. Yeah, that's what I think's happened because I've experienced the same problem in June and July. My watch hours drop off. And that's why I call it the summer doldrums. So I am going to do something to try to compensate for it this coming summer. And you're just going to have to stay tuned, but keep July in your schedule because July is going to be a lot of fun because I'm going to have lots of videos to drop on you guys that are not live. And you'll enjoy it, I promise you, because it'll be something different. Well, it's not different, but you won't expect this in July. Hi, Terry. Welcome, welcome. And I'm glad you've been watching for a while. That's awesome that you've been watching through your TV. And there are so many channels. Yeah, you're right, Joy T. They are. So what I've been doing is just like when I go to sleep, I have the TV, a desktop, and a laptop. And every one of them is running someone's channel while I'm sleeping. All three of them. And if I'm doing a playlist where I've traded where we call it playlist swaps with someone, they're watching a playlist of mine and I'm watching their playlist. If it completes a playlist while I'm asleep, I go back and I like every one of those videos. And then I pick 4 or 5 of those out of the playlist and I watch every one of those and I make a comment on every one of those. So at least I have showed some engagement on some of it, but they still get watch hours no matter what I do, whether I like them, whether I don't like them, or whether I don't comment on them, but I'll leave it running, they get watch hours. And the watch hours are very important to keep a channel going. Number 4. That's another yellow. Yep. So let's get this one on here. And I think this one might be long enough. Yeah, it should be. Let me make sure it is. Yep, it's long enough. Okay, let me get that pinned on here. I need to get the iron on this. This one's not wanting to lay flat. But that's ways that you can help people if you don't have the time to just sit and watch. Okay, now it's laying down better. Okay, now let's get this one on top of it. Okay, and then I'm gonna pin it. I hibernate in the summer. I can't stand the heat. You'll see me here in the summer unless I finally have a full-time job. You'll see less of me, but you'll see me. Okay, thank you for that. Did you ever find out if you have a choice about switching to Starlight if your cable? I'm waiting on an answer about that. She sent the email to the headquarters, and now I just wait and see what kind of answer we get. Because so far they haven't made a deal with Starlight yet, or Starlink, but she agrees with me. We want a choice of whether we do or not, because it's going to be an emphatic big fat no. There's nothing wrong with my internet the way it is, and because we have a really good plan. This is what our plan looks like. We get unlimited internet no matter what we're doing. And you just heard me say that I run people's videos on several pieces of hardware. And I watch streaming videos and everything else, and there's no cutoff on how much I watch on my internet. We have the second most. What the price we pay is the second from the top, meaning that we could pay another. Let's see, we pay 900 kroners now. So it'd be one. We could pay another 300 kroners and have the top tier, but we haven't done that because the reason we haven't done that is because they're still working on. They're doing something throughout the town where they're putting in some kind of Wi-Fi system. And when you do that, if you up your plan, you'll get even faster internet. But because we live down here by the lake, we're one of the last ones getting whatever it is they're doing. But the internet speed's pretty decent for what we got. Plus our two phones are connected to the same account, and so I can call the United States because of the plan we have. Deuces has some kind of agreement with the United States, and I can call the United States and I can talk for 12 hours, and I'm not lying when I say this. I can talk 12 hours on the phone and not cost nothing. Zero. No, nothing. I have unlimited data, unlimited however I want to talk on the phone. And that cost us about 500 kroners a month per phone. So we spend about 1,800 kroners for the whole thing that we have every month. And we set money aside just to take care of that. And then everything else is on a budget through a budget account that our income comes and takes care of all that. So I don't even pay bills because our budget account handles everything. The only thing I have to do is make sure that the phone bill gets paid, by making sure there's money in the account because we put money in savings to keep money from, getting wiped out. Has it been this way since I've been here? No, this only happened in the last, I think we've had it about 5 years now. Before then, our internet was limited. Our phones, oh my God. When I first moved here, me and Nikolaj would talk to each other every day from the boat to here. And our phones, we had the skyrocketing phone bills. It was just crazy. 1,000 kroners. Hang on. All right. I got to switch browsers to look that up because my phone is in use. Hold on. Let me go to my other browser and I will tell you how much 1,000 kroners is. It's going to be like $100. No, a little over $100, I think. Let me see. Google EK to US dollar. And then, let me see here. 1,000 kroners is $145. So the phone bill, each phone costs $72 a month. The internet costs $131 a month. But that seems like a lot to you, but it's not to us because in Danish kroners, it's not a lot. I'm not sure that I could afford those. That's the $72 for phone in the United States on a US dollar. Probably not so much. She says I pay $200 per month for TV, internet, and I pay 110 per month for phone. Yeah, so your price for internet and TV is more than ours is. You guys are making her do math this late at night. That's hard on the brain. So it's pretty affordable for us. And um I don't see any reason to have to change to another company. Plus, I'm not putting money in Elon Musk's pocketbook. No, not happening. Not happening. You know the old saying, this is what my mom used to say. She used to tell us, if it isn't broke, leave it alone. So to me, if it's not broke, why would I change it? And the second thing is I think that if there's going to be another internet company in Greenland besides Deuces, it needs to be a Greenlandic company having giving internet access, not somebody from another country. That way, the locals get to make money off of it instead. Okay, now then, I got to be careful here because I don't want to accidentally trim the wrong spot because I'm doing these really narrow strips here. I don't know if you can see here, but there's really narrow strips right here that I'm sewing the yellow onto because that's the ones I'm going to make yellow. Okay, so I've done the trim. I just want to make sure I don't get myself confused. Okay, so I need to trim on this side of it. Okay, there we go. Now I got it. It's really a thin layer here that I'm working with. It's very small. It's almost like there's going your seam allowance is going to also be sitting in this narrow strip. So you have to be real careful not to go trimming off something that you shouldn't trim off when you're doing this part of it because it's very thin. Okay, now I got that done. Now, as you can see, now I have the, oh, would help if I turn it so you can see what I'm doing. Okay, so now I've done number 4. Now number 5 is down here on this end, which is again the yellow. And I'm not sure that this is wide enough. I don't think so. So it's time to start using the other strip here. But it's going to be very little that I'll have to use off of this. And then this one, that'll leave this long strip here for the rest of this. So I'm going to try to just keep it very small here. Okay. So I'm going to put it as close to the edge as I can right here without accidentally making this too short. And then I'll pin it and sew it. And then we'll have that part done. So it's coming along. My son uses Spectrum. I helped set up Spectrum for Thomas in Georgia, and his plan cost, I think we do $55 a month for him, and he gets internet but we didn't sign him up for phone service because he was getting free phone service through Georgia. And then when he started working, he signed up through some other phone service, someone he likes. And so he has a different phone service from his internet. And I think he pays about $60 a month for his phone. Something like that. I think what's crazy is how much he has to pay for car insurance. It's ridiculous. 35-year-old man paying young buck prices. Especially since he's never had a ticket in his life. Never been in an accident, never had a ticket. How many 35-year-old men can say that they've not had either? Not very many. I can tell you what, I stayed in trouble when I was young. I was caught speeding so many times. I was having a good time in my GTO. But Thomas has always been the frugal driver. Katie, is the other side going to be one color? Yes. I'll show you the blocks I'll show you the blocks in a minute that I've already made, plus when I finish this one. You'll see how it's going to come out. It's going to be cool. And I'm just working out of my scrap pile. I have several boxes of batik scraps, and now the solid came out of yardage because I've been, this is what color the background is, and I've been sitting on this particular batik. I think I have 3 yards of this for, I don't know, at least 4 years or 5, and every time I thought I was going to use it on something, pull it out, get all the other fabrics out that I was going to use, and then change my mind. But this time I have not changed my mind. Denise, he lives in Carrollton, Georgia. Okay, let me see if I missed anything. Denise, I agree with you. She says, well, I think he's trying to buy out your cable company. Sometimes you can stay grandfathered to your current company, but eventually they make you switch. The old company's platform is dissolved. That's what I'm worried about. That's why I wrote the email, because I'm like, no, you cannot be doing this crap. Let's come in and take over, and yeah. And then let me see. My internet is First Step. They have been great. $50 a month unlimited. We use Roku for TV, about 40 a year. Hey, that's really good, Teresa. And then Teresa says my phone is internet with the same place, no extra cost. That's awesome. Joy T says I hate Spectrum here by me. It always goes offline. I had to get better internet service for working from home. It's more expensive and it doesn't go down typically. Laugh out loud. Don't want to jinx myself. I I haven't, Thomas hasn't complained to me about Spectrum. Not yet anyway. And I mean him and Blaze game on it, so it must, if there's a problem with it, he hasn't told me. So maybe in his area it works pretty good. I don't know. I'll ask him and see what he says about it. See if he thinks it's slow or whatever. What did I do with my ruler? Oh, there it is. I'll ask him about it, see what he says. Because usually if something's not working properly, he'll say, Mom, I don't know what to do about this, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay. All right, now we're going to do number 6. And number 6 is going to be this color. You know what? I like this color. I don't know why I like it, but I bought this on the Florida Shop Hop. And so this is a piece of it. I don't think I have any of this yardage actually left anymore. I bought like a yard of it because there was something about it I liked about it. I've never had a problem with Spectrum, says Joyce. Joyce? And hi, Misty. I might have already said hi to Misty. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, yeah. She said yeah. No, I didn't. Hey there. Welcome back if you were here earlier. All right, let's get this side sewn on. Oh my gosh, this is going to be a bit bulky. Got to make sure I get it laying down properly. But Shirley, I'll show you this soon as I get. Who was it that asked about the background? Who asked about the background? Somebody did, because I don't think it was Shirley, because she left. Katie, what is the blocks on the gray board behind you? Hang on a minute, Joyce, and I'll tell you. Let me pin this before I get sidetracked. Which side of the board are you talking about? All of them or parts of them? Because there's half tulip pink up there that I'm working on for the dragon fruit so long, and then I'm also working on my star climber so long collaboration that I have with uh Sean. And then the block or that big block you see in the middle is me experimenting. I haven't finished it yet. I need to put more down on the bottom. I think I'm going to add another strip down there on the bottom. But I'm also a little bit worried that I might not have enough gray to do that with, which is a problem. This is what I get for not making sure, because I just chose a side of the block to go with, and I should have, yeah, done the math. The black and red is awesome. Oh, okay. Wait, I need to back up. I missed something, I think. Katie, what? Okay, got that part. Yes, it could be. I don't live in Georgia, says Joy T. Okay. I never had a problem, says Joyce. It's beautiful, bright, happy fabric, says Joy T. Thank you. And Shirley says it's snowing here too. Oh, I thought you had left. Boo, it's snowing here. I'm like, come on, stop teasing us for spring. I don't think it's going to snow a lot. It doesn't look like it is because it's coming down really light. It's just like a frosting, like what we would get first thing in fall. And it's still pretty warm out there. That's the second time I hit one. Take this one out. I heard you say you like your fabric. I love it too. Orange is the color for me. You know, I didn't think I liked orange that much, but I've been playing with orange a lot lately too. And these that I have that I bought like a half a yard of it because I figured I would need it for something when I was being creative, you know. And um, it's paying off because I'm sitting here playing with these colors. I am having a good time with it. Okay, let's get you. Okay, let's trim this one up. I'm not sure. Nope, this ruler's not long enough. All right, time to break out the longer one. Okay, now we're going to put that 1/4 inch seam allowance on here. And see, I still have quite a that bit left over to use again. Okay, now we'll fold it back over. Now we're ready so now I am down to I have 2 remaining pieces to put on here. So I'm going to go, it says this is the last piece to do down here, number 8, and number 7 is down here on the bottom. But I'm going to go ahead and put that strip of yellow up here on the top and just go ahead and get it done. Uh-oh, that might be bad right there. Let me see here. Does this need to go this way? Or maybe I can turn this to go. Yep, let's do it like that. Okay. Hopefully I didn't just shortchange myself down here. There's a spot down here I'm a little bit concerned about. We'll see what happens when I finish the sew on this side of it. It might be okay. It just looks like I might have to, I don't know, redo it maybe? Because it might not have been long enough. What happens? Oh, great. Let me turn this off. Yeah, okay. Take this pin out. Okay, let's see if I accidentally did a boo-boo. I'm hoping not. Uh-oh. Guess what, you guys? Look. Oh. 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 He just lost the bobbin chicken thing. All right. And that means tomorrow I need to spend some time winding bobbins, but for right now, I'm gonna see if I can't run the thread out of a couple of these. Last winter, I believe, was the second snowiest season for Anchorage. I ran out of bobbin. See? Oh man, really sucks. Oh, I was so close. Uh-oh, and I see a piece of thread in here too. Maybe when I finish this block, I should think about looking inside my bobbin case because I just found a piece of thread in it. Okay. All right, let's sew that. Well, at least it's sewn part of the way on here. All right. Let's try this again, which means I need to turn it back over and I need to put a pin in it so it doesn't move. Okay. And I also need to make sure there's nothing wrong with this bobbin before I start sewing with it. Because there was one of those bobbins that I took out of here. There was something wrong with it. And I want to make sure it wasn't the one I took out. Nope, this one's okay. All right. Let me pin it here before I turn it back over because I have to re-sew it from where I got lost. All right. I'm going to put a pin back in. And let's try again. Only thing is I got to figure out where to start at. Looks like about right there. Oh, wait. I can see where to start at now because there's all this loose thread up here on the top. Ah, there's where we need to start. So let's start a little bit back a little bit, and then we'll just go right over the top. You know, one thing I think I've already gone through probably it looks like about 30% of this next spool of Aurifil, and that's my last big spool of the not the big huge one, but the regular big Aurifils. It's my last one of my stash, and that leaves me with just this. This is all I have left. That's how much sewing I've been doing. I've gone through in the last year and a half. I've gone through 5 spools of the large Aurifil, not this, but the regular large. I've gone through 5 of them in the last year and a half. This is the 5th one. I'm about, when it runs out, that'll be 5 of them that I've gone through. So that I didn't realize it, but I have been really sewing a lot lately. And I just put this last spool on here. I want to say 2 or 3 weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, maybe. Okay, this looks like it's going to be all right. So, once I trim it anyway. All right, let me get this, let me get down here and do the very bottom, which is going to be with this accent block. No, it's not. What was I planning to put down there? Because I've used this one and this one. And, oh, I knew which one I'm going to put down there. Okay, got it. All right, let me move all these out of the way because I've already used those. This is the one I'm going to use. All right. And we're going to put that. Nope, I got to go that way. Okay, pin that on here. And that'll be the last piece on this side. And then I'll press it and then we'll put the blue on it and then I'll show it to you. Moose have been scarce this winter because they have been staying off the roads. When snow is deep, they come to areas where they don't have to fight through which means they probably are being able to eat easier, right, Shirley? I would think so. Katie, you have been doing loads of projects recently, said Zaza. Yeah, I have. More than usual, that's for sure. And out of all the things that I have on that plan that you guys, those of you that went and looked at it anyway, for my plan for the year, I'm in March now, and the only one that I've kind of let slide to the side a little bit is my sugary dew. And I'll probably, because I'm just not feeling like it for whatever reason. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know. But I think at some point I'll be wanting to do it. And when I do, I'll be doing it like crazy. I think what I need to do is sit down and get that first row put in and or sewed completely together, and then I think it'll inspire me to keep on going. I got a little frustrated with something because snowballs drive me crazy. I hate doing snowballs. They always end up wonky, and I haven't found a way around that. Anyone have any advice on how to do really good snowballs? I'll be the first one to want to listen. Because I sure don't seem to, And I do it just like you do flying geese, so I don't know what the problem is. They just always come out wonky. And they frustrate me because I want them to look better than they do. Because they should look better than they do. I'm 5 or 6 years into sewing now, and I still can't sew a cotton picking snowball. What's up with that? And no, I'm not whining. Please don't think I'm whining. I just want to know why I cannot accomplish a snowball. What's the deal? All right. Now I'm going to go over here and I'm going to press these, and then we're going to add the half triangle. Okay, let me trim this up just a little bit so that I can um, make sure that I can match that triangle up pretty good. And then we'll put it on there. All right. I am going to go ahead and trim this one side off. Just like I've been doing, because it seems to work pretty good doing that. And then I'm going to trim off this side. And let me get this little piece off of here, just for now. All right. Okay. All right. We got that off. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take this triangle, like you can see me do tonight, and we are going to put it on here. Oh, I forgot to trim something off. Hold on. Oops. I forgot to get that seam allowance. I forgot to trim off the seam allowance. Sorry, guys. Okay, let's get that trimmed off. Okay. Now I can sew on the blue. All right. Now, okay. Pin it, and then we'll sew it, and then we'll have number 6 block made. We've made, so far tonight, I have made 6 blocks when I finish this one. So pretty good, huh? And I hope y'all been loving the different styles of these blocks too, because I'm glad I decided to use the paper, because I thought, well, this is a great way of using up, because I have the only yardage I actually cut was for the background. Everything else is coming from my scrap pile. And of course, I haven't made a dent in it yet, but maybe by the time I do all 50 blocks, maybe I'll have made somewhat of a dent in it. I hope. Because wouldn't that be fun? And I don't know what size it does get. Well, after I finish this block, we'll talk a little bit about what it says, what different size quilts you can make with it based on the paper, because this makes 6-inch blocks when you trim it down, which when I measured it, it was over 6 inches, which is strange. but that could be because they're not sewn side by side yet. Now we got that done. Okay. We go over, press it, we'll trim it, and then I'll show it to you. Right. Now we're going to trim it the rest of the way. I had it trimmed on two sides, but now I want to trim it on the other two. Okay. Okay. And this is block number 6. So I'll show you all the blocks again to refresh your memory. This is block 6. Block 5. 4. 3. 2. And the first. Ta-da! So now we have 6. Do you cook just the meat in the, huh? Oh, they're talking about food. Okay, let me back up and let me catch up with everybody. And then I'll talk a little bit more about this scrappy triangle thing too, because I forgot to mention about quilt sizes. All right, let me back up a bit and see what I missed. Teresa says she's eating dinner and chatting. Cynthia says you have 9 more months. Practice, 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 says Denise. Teresa says corned beef, baked potato with butter and sour cream and coleslaw. Man, that sounds tasty. Oh, you're making me hungry. And Zaza says you could try using a glue stick to hold the fabric in place. Just stick a dab of glue on the bit you'd cut off. Yeah, I'm a little bit leery about glue and fabric and the fact that I'll be reusing the fabric if it's big enough to use. That's my only thing. And I don't know how that works, to be honest, because if you put glue on fabric you plan on reusing, can you? Or does it ruin that piece of fabric? So if you have answers, let me know. Joy T says, yum, did the corned beef turn out tender in the crock pot? She says, oh, yes, it did. It's very good. Denise says, where's the red potatoes and carrots in, Teresa? Somebody handed you the wrong plate. Send yours down here to California. And then Joy T says, did you cover it with water in the crock pot? I don't know how to cook it in there. And she says, Teresa says, decided on something different, Denise. And Denise says, sounds delish. And then Cynthia says, you've been pretty productive. Teresa says, Joy T, water to the top, but not over. Make sure the fat side is the top also. Do you cook just the meat in there, then add the vegetables later? And they're all saying pretty and awesome on the pattern. Okay. Katie, what is the pattern of this box? It's not a pattern. So let me show you what's going on here. These blocks came from this. Okay. And so this is a scrappy block, 6-inch finished block size. It's foundation paper piecing for 50 different papers. Okay. And so what I've been doing is I'm like, this is the next one to do. I've been tearing them off and I've been sewing them. So there's 50 different kinds of blocks in here. Oh, I need to make this where you can see it better. There we go. Now you can see it. Okay. And it's paper pieced. It's up to you how you design your quilt though, because there's not a quilt pattern that goes with this. If you use a washable glue, it doesn't, says Misty. And then Joy teases, I don't know how to cook American food. Don't you live in the United States? I mean, I don't know. That wasn't being sarcastic, by the way, just so you know. I would ask how to cook corned beef because I've never had it because my mother never cooked it. And from being from the South, that is very strange not to have been raised on brisket. I don't know why she never cooked it. It's strange. But everything else relating to Southern food, I know how to cook. She taught all of us girls how to cook. And she, oh my gosh. You know what I miss the most about my mother's food? Her biscuits and her chicken and dumplings. She made the best ever biscuits and chicken and dumplings. My dumplings are pretty close to how she makes them, but there's no one like your mom makes it. It's just, oh my God. Here's another one of those with thin strips. So what I'm doing is I'm going to sew the whole thing, all the blocks in here, because I have lots of petite scraps. And basically the concept is you're sewing scraps on one side and you have a background from the other side. And there's many ways that you can make these you can turn these blocks in several directions. You can get as creative as you want with them actually. And what I'll do is I'll get them all made and then I have to figure out how I'm going to do the live so you can see what I'm doing. And we'll slowly piece it together. And I don't know if I'll put any sashing in there or not. I don't know. It depends on what I'm trying to figure out. But it's going to be very scrappy except for this blue. The blue is the background. And I think it'll be beautiful. Okay. She says, my mom made the best bread. Zaza, I do watch her and have 2 of her cookbooks. Watch who? You know, my mom would make cabbage, and I hated the cabbage. There was nothing wrong with the way she cooked it. It was a Southern way of cooking it. But over here, I've discovered another way of making cabbage that I like. And I take it and I slice it super thin. And then I use salt and pepper, a little garlic, a little onion, and a little shallots, and I saute that first. And then it's when I'm done sauteing whatever, and a little bit of carrot, I'll saute in there too. And then I throw those thin pieces of cabbage into that stir fry, and I just stir fry it long enough for the cabbage to be cooked, but it still be crunchy. That's how I like cabbage. I don't like it when it's soft. Let me see here. Looks like we're going to have big pieces here to work with because there's a square with 2 half triangles. Now, are those they look more like, I don't know what you call them, half triangles or quarter triangles? That's what they look like, quarter triangles. Fried cabbage is delicious. Yes, it is. I don't like it boiled, is my point. Onion sound. Hey, I'm going to gross everybody out right now. You want to hear what my kids have griped at me every time they see me eat it? Is I like to toast bread take 2 slices of beef bologna, put it in a small skillet and fry it, not in butter or anything else. Usually I use a Teflon coated skillet to do that with until it's nice. Then while that's going on, I get ketchup out of the refrigerator, mustard out of the refrigerator, and I get a quarter of an onion, and I finely dice that onion very fine, and I put it in a little bowl, and then I put ketchup in the bowl along with mustard, and I mix it up, and I taste it until it reaches the taste that I'm after, and my mouth is watering just thinking about it. Then I take the toast and I spread that mixture on both sides of the toast, put the bologna in the middle of it, smack them together, cut them in half, and eat them. I love them. Onion sandwiches crack her up. You know, Denise, that had not occurred to me. So the next time I do see some of that, I will test that out. It was, yeah, it's Teresa says, "Oh my God, that is weird. You should hear my kids complaining about, Mom, how can you? I love it like that. That's the only way I'll eat bologna. Or I'll eat it raw. I mean, no cook it at all. Just eat it like a bologna sandwich, but I don't put it in bread when I eat it like that. But doing it like that is my cup of tea. Yes, it's weird. I know it is. Okay, let's get some more triangles. All right, got 2 more here. Now I'm going to need bigger pieces of scrap. So since I know I have bigger pieces in here, let's see what I can come up with. See, like, that would work, but I don't want to use yellow for this. Let me see what I can come up with. Something interesting. This is not the teak, I don't think. But it would look, I don't know, it might be batik. I don't know if this, it feels, it's cool though. Wouldn't that look cool? Put this here and let's see, this is too light of a yellow. Yeah, that's too light. Let me see if I can find something to go with that. Ooh. Right. Teresa Louise, I don't like bologna at all, says Zaza. I miss American bologna, to be honest. I also miss American hot dogs and American sausage, especially when you can get it in beef form. I come to love, before I moved over here, I was totally on the beef kick for bologna and um hot dogs and sausage. Salsa, you know, a peanut butter and jelly is weird. I grew up with that. Peanut butter jellies are yummy. Grape jelly with peanut butter? Oh, yes. It's too bad I can't buy grape jelly over here or peanut butter for that matter. So when I come home from the go to the United States, I always come back with a glass jar of Smucker's grape jelly and Jif creamy peanut butter. Surely, yep, it's very American food. No other country eats that. It's a weird combo. Yep. Okay, what colors do I want to use? I know red goes with purple. Yellow goes with purple, but I'm trying to avoid using yellow for this one. Or I either change the color of that square, which is a possibility too. Let's see what I can dig out of here that's big enough for that square. Plus those triangles, because those triangles are a little bit challenging too. Let me see what I can come up with. Oh, this is really dark. But I bet if I found the right turquoise, it would go with it. I am having fun trying to find something that I want to use. Because I want to use both cool and hot color. Or warm color. It doesn't have to be hot. There's some of these small pieces that I can use somewhere else. I'll put all these small pieces in a different pile. Okay, I know I'm taking a minute to figure this out. Sorry. There's orange. Maybe I'll set the purple aside and the blue aside. And let's see what this would look like in here. Because we can do either this. All right, y'all, keep an eye on what I'm doing. I'm picking a color for just a square for the minute. I could either do this for the square, or because I really haven't used a lot of pink yet, and I believe this is big enough for that block. Let me fold it in half so you can see. Okay, so there's that. Yeah. Just okay. So we got that. Or because see, if I could actually, if I wanted to, I could fussy cut this. No, there's no fussy cut needing for this one. Okay. Or if I took this orange, I could fussy cut this daisy. See this daisy? Right here in the middle? Could use that one. I would have, if I use the pink, Surely mine was adding extra words last night. Oh, why does this thing change my words? Looks like I'm drunk or something. Okay, so no one's commenting yet. All right. See here, because whatever I choose, I still got to come up with a color for the triangles. I think a fussy cut for that square would be cool. Okay. So you like the orange better than the pink? Man. Here's another, let me show you something real quick though. Here's another pink that has interesting design on it. Oh. There's this pink too with this interesting design on it. Okay. Anyone else want to comment on this? I think I lost everybody. No one's talking. I think it depends on what you put beside them. Yep. I'm trying to find the two alternate colors too. Um, with orange, I'm not sure if turquoise goes all that well with it. I'm not sure what the, yeah, it might, but I know, um, I don't know. I need to find some darker colors just because whatever I use for the triangles has got to be lighter than that dark blue for the that I use for the half triangle because that's the background. So it's got to make sure it doesn't clash. And I am making a total mess of my scraps. I wish I had some more of this because this might work with orange. This one right here. But that turquoise might work with it too. Maybe. Keyword maybe. Maybe, maybe. Um, wait, this is a different color blue right here. I don't know if you can tell the difference or not, but I can. This one right here. The problem is I'm not sure if that's wide enough for the triangles or not. Okay, so I've dug through this enough. The turquoise and the blue look the same on my screen, says Cynthia. Okay. This one and this one. I think this one might be a little bit, it does look almost the same. This just has more of a deeper color in it. Because I see what you're saying. I'm looking at the camera and it does look like it's the same. So my eyeballs might just be teasing me because I'm getting tired. There is also this blue. And there's enough here to do the half triangle. Let me show you this blue. All right. Okay. So what do y'all think? This blue or this blue or turquoise or this? I don't think I have enough of this light blue anywhere. I have to look. I'm not even sure if I have any because I have used the heck out of this color. The darker one looks nice. This one, Zaza, Jean says darker. Y'all talking about this one I got my finger on? There you go, darker. Yeah, this one right here I have my finger on. They are similar values, but the newest blue is very nice. I think this one's nice too. Okay, gotcha. All right, so that's what we'll use for the half triangles then, or the quarter triangles or whatever the heck they're called. Okay, thank you. That's what I was trying to figure out. This kind of makes it look better. Yeah, thank you. All right, now we got something to work with. And it won't and it should be fine with this, because this is way darker than that. Okay, good deal. And see, I knew this would be too dark for that blue. That's why I didn't even put that one out there. Okay. All right. Now then, let's set these two aside. And we need to get this paper folded. And I need to look and see what time it is. I don't even know how long I've been live now. A long time, I think. Now you're cooking. Okay, now then. Y'all were making me hungry talking about food. It's saying 5 hours, says Zaza. That doesn't surprise me because I know I started at 7:30 my time. So that's probably correct. What does that look like that? That should not. Oh, because I did something. I don't know what to do. Okay. All right. All right. So the square is 1. This one's 2. And this one's 3. Okay. So what we're going to do is I'm going to try to put this in the center as best as I can. And it's okay if I have a little bit of a cut off here because I'll use it somewhere else. These smaller pieces will get used. They will not get wasted, but I am going to try to get this as much centered as I can. That way that daisy's right smack dab in the middle. Or as close as I can get it to the middle anyway. I'm wondering if I shouldn't turn it this way. Nope, I liked it better this way. Or, nope, not enough space to do it like that. So quit overthinking here. Okay, that looks good enough. Now I'm going to fold this fabric right here so I can see where the seam is going to be. so that when I lay that pink here for that half triangle, I mean the blue, I'll know where to put it. Okay, because we're going to be sewing on this side first. All right, that needs to be out of my way before I accidentally use it. Okay. Now then, what I'm going to do, which is going to be weird, I am going to take this and I am going to lay it. No. Let me make sure I can see that seam. Okay. Yep, I know this is in whatever, a weird way of doing it. But I'm just going to lay it like this because we're going to be sewing on this one side of this square. And I want to make sure I have enough coverage for that half triangle because I get easily confused when it comes to angles. And it wouldn't take much for me to sew this in the wrong direction and it not come out the way we're looking for it to come out. So let's do it like this. And I might waste a tiny bit of fabric, but hopefully not a lot. I'm hoping. We'll see. Why do you have to fold the paper? Because I don't have a light box so that I can see what I'm doing. And I fold it so that I can figure out where that sew line is on the back side because you're pinning the fabric on the back, but you're sewing on the front. And you got to make sure that you have that 1/4 inch allowance over the sew line when you're lining this fabric up. So by folding it and marking it, I can see it with my eyes because I have trouble with my eyes. I put you on the big screen TV, said Teresa. Oh boy. Does the video look bad on your TV? Like it seems dark to you? Because I feel like there's a shadow over there. I know it's a strange way for someone to do this, Shirley, but I do it because it helps me with my eyes. See, now we're going to turn it over and sew on this line. And this is not straight. Oh my gosh. All right, let me try again. I need to get this one to stay put. Oh, let me put a pin in it so it doesn't move. Now we'll put this back over the top of it. Make sure it's over that fold line because we're looking for that 1/4 inch seam allowance. I hope that doesn't confuse you. Cynthia, it didn't on mine tonight. Okay, cool. I wondered if you guys were seeing a shadow. I feel like I see because when I'm looking in my monitor, it feels like there's a shadow over there. Or it looks like a shadow. Put that away. And I know that the lighting I have is not the best in the world anyway. I only have one ring light, and I don't think I could tolerate more than one ring light before it would, because sometimes when I turn that thing on, it triggers an oral migraine, like when I first flip it on. So I have to make sure that I'm not looking anywhere in that direction when I flip it on. Otherwise, it triggers it. It's very weird. All right, I need to move this stuff out of my way. You need to go bye-bye. And now we're going to flip it back over so you can see what I'm doing. So now what I'm going to do is this is number 1, the square, and this 1/4 triangle is number 2. And I'm going to sew from here to here. I could turn it around and do it from here to here, but I'm just going to start right here and go this direction. And then I'm going to trim it, flip the fabric in this direction, trim it again, because we have this 1/4 inch here. Or I may wait and trim it. Just trim the excess off. I don't know how I'm going to do this because this is the first time doing this style of paper piecing where you got a square with 2 triangles. Okay. All right. And there's certain little pup that is pacing. So don't be surprised if she doesn't start fussing in a few minutes about doing something. And I don't profess to be the best paper piecer in the world because I'm learning. This is me learning. So the way I'm doing it might be totally improper. I'm one of these that's learning hands-on. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold the paper back now, get my ruler out, and we're going to put that 1/4 inch seam allowance in here. And see, I'll still have a little chunk of fabric right here that I can use as on smaller pieces. So it won't go to waste. Because it's big enough to use it somewhere else. Okay. Now I've trimmed that. Now I'll show you what I mean about I'll have the now I'm gonna push this way. And then I'm gonna press it because I'm gonna need to use it on this side too. All right, so let's get this pressed first. I'm gonna take it over to the iron because I want to make sure I get this flat. Because what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and trim, at least trim a little, I don't know, I'll see when I turn it over. Okay. What I think I will do is I'm going to flip it over. And because I know that this is now covering, yeah, see, it's covering what it's supposed to cover. I'm going to go ahead and trim right here. Okay. I'm just going, let me turn it around so I don't mess it up. Okay, so let's trim this side off. I'm just going to leave this alone for now. And now I actually know what size. Now I could probably take my ruler and measure this rectangle and cut the same size out of it if I want. That way I'm not having so much. So technically this would be, this rectangle would be 3 3/4 by 5.5. So this must mean this is 5.5 wide. Yep. So what I think I'll do is I'll come over here. I'm going to press this to get this crease out. And I'm just going to trim it to 4 inches instead. Because it's already wide enough. All I need to do is take it. Let me make sure. Yep. So all I need to do now is I want to cut 4 inches off one side. Let's turn this around because that's my straight edge. And I'm going to take it to 4 inches. Trim that down. And I'm going to go ahead and cut this part off because it's not needed. Okay, that's right. Okay, now I need to make sure this stays put. Now what we're going to do is, you see we have this other triangle right here, which is number 3, and I'm just going to sew it right here, which is going to overlap this other one. Hang on a minute. I need to look at this. Maybe I should go ahead and do this 1/4 inch right here. Okay, so that's been trimmed now. All right, now we'll close it back up. Hope I'm doing this right. Good night, Zaza. Sweet dreams. Okay, I need to get some sleep. Night, everyone. I haven't done it, so I get confused. It's okay. We all are learning from this. And I'm not professing to be the best teacher in the world either, so there's that. But this is how I can learn how to teach, by just doing this. And at some point, you know, over time, as I'm more comfortable with doing these live where I'm showing you how to do something, um, my skill set for how to share it in the proper way will get better too. Um, and I know I'm probably leaving steps out. And like I said, the way I'm doing it might be totally a train wreck, but it gets the job done too. I'm just having fun. I'm really enjoying this. And I'm getting something accomplished. Okay. Now I'm going to bring it back over here and we're going to sew this next seam. And we're only going to go over to where the point stops. First, I'm going to do a 1/4 inch seam trim on that side of that block. So let's do that first. Okay, so we're doing that. So we trim that. Now what we got to do is we're going to fold this out this way. And I probably need to go over and use the iron again to make sure it lays down flat. That way when I go to trim that 1/4, it won't be wonky. Okay, so let's go do that. Okay, so now we've got it flat. So now I'm going to turn it back over and I'm going to fold that back again. And I've already trimmed this one side, so now we're going to trim the rest of it to do that seam allowance. So I want to make sure everything's lined up and I'm not accidentally cutting something I'm not supposed to cut. Yeah. Okay. Now we have, let me trim this other side off right here for a minute. And this piece here can be used again for another part of one of the other, because there's a couple of these blocks where they have smaller pieces. I'll be able to reuse some of this. If not, I can use it in other projects. Okay, so now I've got that done. Now what we're going to do is, first, let me see here. Yep, okay, we're all good. Now, I'm going to take one of these triangles. And we're going to lay it down on top of this side, like what you've been seeing me do tonight. Get everything lined up. and then I'll pin it and sew it. Okay, now it's pinned, but I'm gonna probably, you need to move a little bit, baby girl. You're in the way. I'm gonna put another pin in the middle just to make sure it doesn't move. Okay, now let's sew that. Alrighty. Hmm. I'm glad y'all are hanging with me. Y'all have made my night hanging with me. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you for doing this. I really appreciate it. The reason I'm doing this is I'm trying to keep my mind off of other things. If I don't, it's fine to sew by yourself, but if you do it with other people who keep you engaged, then I'm not sitting in there watching TV. And we all know what's on TV right now. And I'm just trying to keep my mind off of everything else. And this has definitely kept my mind off of it for the most part. And I really appreciate that. I meant to ask you guys, have you been seeing any ads tonight? Misty says I like to be here with y'all. And Jackie, hey Jackie Luce, she's from Wisconsin. I just started foundation paper piecing last week and I really like it. Yeah, I'm enjoying this paper piecing for the scrappy uh blocks. I'm having fun. It's so far I haven't really thought that it was too hard. I think a beginner can handle this for the most part. So far. Now, as we get further along in the pack, I don't know, I might change my mind, but I doubt it. And I think it's going to turn out to have some interesting looks to this because of the way I'm doing color and stuff. So I'm definitely enjoying it. And I might not be doing it the best manner of doing it because I'm a newbie at it, but I'm having fun. Okay, let's see what this block looks like. And I need to get, oh, pretty soon I'm going to have a bunch of stuff to fit in the trash can. All right. Here is block number 7, I think. There we go. What is the brand? I'm using an Olfa rotary cutter. It's just a regular Olfa. That's all. Here. See? I should be working on the puff quilt. I will get it tomorrow. Okay. No ads at all? Wow. Okay, so I'm gonna re-show you where we are on the blocks again so you can I'll keep revisiting all these blocks so you'll see what they look like. especially those who are just coming in or haven't been in very long. So there's that one. So that's block number 7. Number 8. No, sorry, number 6. My bad. Number 6. Number 5. Number 4. Number 3. Number 2. And number 1. And yes, I know I'm out of order, but that's okay. Now we have 7 done. So let me see what time it is. Some point. Okay. I think I'm gonna do one more block so that I have 8. I don't know. I might change my mind and do 10. Who knows? All right. So let me set these back out of the way again. I know at some point I have to take you know who, you know where. And for those who know, I have a DOG, and sooner or later she's going to be demanding. So stay tuned for that, because I will have to take care of that, which means walking out and leaving you by yourself. Missy says, jinx. All right, what did I do? Oh, there it is. Okay, let's see what the next one's going to look like. Oh, yay. This is the next one. Now we have half triangles here and quarter triangles here. All right. Yes, Jackie, there let me share the information with you. They come from this Scrappy Triangles foundation papers 6-inch finished block size, and there's 50 in this pad. They are by Layla Gardunia, and I hope I'm saying her name right. If not, sorry. And I will share 2 links with you in the channel. So you'll know where to go look for them at. If you like what you see, you can either purchase them from Fat Quarter Shop or from Layla Gardunia's website. These are cheaper from Fat Quarter Shop than they are from Layla's page, but it's up to you what you do. Yeah, doggy duty. Yes, I need to do doggy duty because she's not done it yet. So let me share both links with you on this. And this one's called Scrappy because when you first look at it, you're like, oh, those are triangles, but no, they're not. Well, they are, but kind of not. You're paper piecing on one side. The whole thing's paper piecing, of course, but each one is different. And so you're creating 50 of these blocks from this set of paper. All right, so let me share both links. Here's the one for the pads from Fat Quarter Shop. And then I'm going to send the link for Layla's website. L-E-I-L-A. I spelled that right? Yeah. And then there's her main page. And she has a shop on her page. She also talks about how to do foundation paper piecing. Cynthia says, I have never seen a Martelli. It sure is different. Yeah, I have a Martelli and I don't like the thing. I'm going to give it away to someone. I don't know who. Someone's going to inherit it that likes Martelli cutters, because I don't care to own one. I have had this the whole time and I really enjoy the heck out of it. I have too many of them, and I'll show you a rotary cutter that I first started out with. If I have it down here, it might be. No, it's not in here, but there's a different kind of, I think it's also, no, it's a Fiskars. That's what I started out with. And it didn't take me very long, and I broke there's like on the Fiskars, there's this handle thing, and I accidentally broke, there's a plastic piece inside the part of it, and I accidentally broke it. But what I like, Cynthia, just so you can see this, what I like about this Ulta is you can turn it around. See this thing on the back? Watch this camera right here where I'm holding it upside down. You pull this down, the blade pops right out. See? Oh my gosh, you can't see it. Okay, now you can see it. So it pops right out. And then when you put a new, actually, I'm going to flip this blade around since Teresa mentioned flipping the blade will extend the life of the blade. So I'm going to flip it over. And then all you have to do is you stick this back on here, push that little lever, voila, it's back on here. Just like that. No fighting with it, no nothing. That's how easy. And I'll show you again. Pull that down, pops right off. Put it back on there. Push it up, back on again. Very simple. Misty says it's the only rotary cutter I use. But a lot of people love their Martelli. The only reason I don't have pain in my hand or nothing when I'm cutting. The pain that I get in my hand is on my left hand. And I feel pain sometimes when I'm holding the ruler down or whatever. But I stand and cut all yardage. And you've been seeing me stand up, getting up and down. I'm not getting up and down just for the heck of it. A lot of times I prefer to cut standing up. And when you're standing up with that Martelli, it veers off to the right. The 2 or 3 times it did it when I was cutting yardage, I lost yardage out of it. And I can't afford that. So I've just, if it's not broke, don't change it. So I stick with this. Now, see, in Laura's case, she suffers from arthritis. So she's had to find another way to cut fabric, and the Martelli helps her. But she had an issue. That's why she had to find a different way of cutting. With me, I don't experience hand pain or have anything wrong with my hand. So if this all is fine with me, that's why I just stick with what I do. How does it protect your fingers when you're using it when you're not cutting? You mean with this one? Okay, let me show you. Right now, the blade, see, I can run my fingers around here. There's no blade sticking out, but it is dirty. But when you pull that down, now the blade is exposed. See how it's exposed? When you're not using it, you just push it back and it closes over it and protects your fingers. Some of us doesn't close our blade every time. I don't. Sometimes I forget to do it. But I've also never cut myself. Well, no, I take that back. I lied. I've cut myself once on this Olfa. Yeah, it was this one. I don't know what in the world, but the blade was open and I was cutting fabric and I pushed my finger, and let me close that so I don't scare the crap out of y'all. I don't know what I was thinking about, but somehow my pointer finger got pushed up here and I caught the blade. I didn't cut my finger bad, but I don't know what in the world. And this handle is different than this one. It seems like this one is more substantial right through here. And this one is more like straight. And maybe that's why my finger ended up where it shouldn't have been, is because of this change in the angle of where you handle it at. I don't know. It was very weird that I had done that. And I don't use this particular one all that much. Unless I'm lazy. And so if this blade dulls, I go to the next one, and I keep going through all my rotary, and I have a lot of rotary cutters because of subscription boxes. And so I have a bunch of these. And so I go through all of them before I ever change blades. But maybe that's a bad idea. But anyway, this one also comes apart different. See, this one see how you have this thing here that releases the blade? This one here, you have to unscrew it. And sometimes if it's too tight, like it is right now, I have to put my finger on this side, unscrew it. There's also a little washer here that you have to pull off. Then you can drop the blade off. Then when you put the blade back on, which I'm going to flip this blade since and I was gonna have to change it anyway. I'll flip it and see if I can make it last longer. And this is dirty, of course. So you're gonna put this back on here, and you have to go through the same step of putting the washer on. And sometimes I forget which way the washer was on here. And then put this back on here. And then you gotta put your finger on this side, and you gotta screw it till it's tight enough. You don't want to over screw it because then the blade can't turn, because you want the blade turning. But you got to make sure you got it on there right too, because see how it's moving right now? I don't have it tight enough yet, which means the washer's not on here right. Now I got to take it back off again. This is why I don't like this particular oak. I don't know why this oak is different, but it is. And rescrew it in, unless I put maybe I have the washer on backwards. That might be what it is. I don't have the washer going the right way. I bet I had it on backwards. See, this is what I mean. And I don't remember if this thing even came with instructions on telling you about the washer. I should go look it up online and find out though. Okay, now it's on there and it's still, you can see that it moves. It's not too tight. And everything moves like it's supposed to. But like I said, you have to do extra steps with this that you don't have to do with this one. Okay, so anyway, I don't use this one so much because it's different between this one and that one. And you can actually see there's a difference in the handle. This one's real slick and thinner, and this one has more, I don't know, it's just this one's more substantial. This one's cheaper, actually, than that one. And this one was created for the 40th anniversary of Ulta. I also have one for the 50th, I think. And then there's this one by Lori Holt, Being My Bonnet. This one's also made a little bit different, but not different. But it releases the blade the same way as this pink one does here. I mean, that's the only difference. But this one has some extra little fancy stuff on it. The fancy stuff I don't care about. Have a purple one. So I don't even know if they make purples. Oh, let me show you all my. Oh, I have all of these. This is how many. Well, this is not all of my rotary cutters. I have some more in a box. There's another one. Yeah, but I have more. I would have to go get the whole box to show you all of them. But anyway, and I'm not bragging about this because I'm a little ashamed of myself that I have this many rotary cutters. But a lot of them, like I said, came in sew sampler boxes. Now, when I was in California, I needed to buy rotary cutters there because I didn't bring one with me. And so I went to Hobby Lobby and I asked if they sold Opal cutters, and she said, nope, we only sell Fiskars and we sell Sewology. And I said, okay. And the Sewologies this Sewology just happened to be on sale. And she says, a lot of people like this rotary cutter and the blades that go with it. And I'm like, okay. So I bought this one along with a pack of that had multiple blades in it because I'm always looking for blades anyway. I like this rotary cutter I like the way it handles, but what I love the most about it is the blades. The blades last forever. This is the last blade that came in this one out of those 10 blades. And I bought this back in 2022, and this is 2025. And I just finished this is the last blade that I have not finished with yet that will soon be unusable. And when I went online to see if I could buy more of this particular blade, I guess Hobby Lobby's not selling sewology stuff or something. Don't make Katie mad, says Cynthia. Yeah, well, there. Hey, I want to show you something. My husband, um, I have a few of these because of my husband, and they use these on the ship to cut nets and stuff. These pocket knives are super, super sharp, and I have a few of these too. And I keep a couple. I think I have 3 or 4 in this drawer, but I only use it every now and then to for minor things. I don't use it to cut fabric or nothing, but it comes in handy for cutting tape on boxes or whatever, or using it in the kitchen actually. I wonder if they stopped selling the cutters. When I went online to look for it, I couldn't find them. So I'm thinking they did. In fact, when I was in the States this last time I went into, I think I got a chance to go in at least one Hobby Lobby, and I couldn't find any Sewology stuff. So I don't know what's happened. Have you tried titanium blades? No, not yet. Misty says I roll it to open the blade. She's talking about the Martelli. Fisker is like that too. You can't be too tight or it won't spin. And every little bit I have to tighten the screw because it works loose enough. I don't have any problems with the ones that screw in coming loose. But with the Alpha, there's a plastic piece in there where you open and close a blade or something, and I broke it. I don't know how the heck I broke it. Um, I was pushing too hard on it or something. I don't know. I always have a pocket knife in my purse. So yeah, you're right about that. I told sometimes me and Nikolaj go to nature and there's something I want to cut. And I'm like, do you have your pocket knife? No. I'm like, why not? A man who doesn't carry a pocket knife. I'll be right back. Um, actually, can y'all man the channel until I come back so I can take you know who to the toilet? I'll be right back, okay? I want to try the Martelli cutter. I hear so much about a lot of people talk about it. Hey, you know what, Joy T? I can give you mine if you're right-handed. I'll be happy to mail it to you. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna take Nora out for a minute, okay? Okay, sorry about that. Okay. All right, let me backtrack and see what I missed. Sorry, it took a few minutes. She had to, yeah, I don't have to explain it. Uh-oh, Jean left and I didn't get to say goodbye to her. I think it's strange that I don't have arthritis, but my sister does. My middle sister. Hello, Steph. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I'm with you, Teresa. After 2 or 3 times of wasting yardage, no thanks with the Martelli. And that's how many times that Martelli's been used is maybe 3 times, all of about 5 minutes, and me getting disgusted. I don't like wasting fabric that cost me a lot of money to get here. All right, next, let's move on to the next block. I think what I'm gonna do is do one more block. And just so you guys know, I've been going all these hours and I've been fasting the whole time. So I haven't eaten food today at all. Zero. Now looky here, Missy, go lay down because you've already done your business. All right, let me see what I can find to use this go around. Got to decide on what I want to use this half and half on the half square triangles. So let me see what kind of scraps I can pull out of this other bin. But I'm gonna try not to destroy it like I have the other four. Trying to find something I want to use. Oh, there's more yellow. I will eat soon. Probably when I get off of here, I'll make something to eat. Let's see what I can find. I think that this might mostly be small stuff. So let's see what I can find. I know this seems tedious, but I'm trying to find something, but I don't want to like destroy this bin like I have the other three. I'm almost thinking this might be all small stuff. It looks like it might be all small stuff. Yeah, let's leave this one alone. We'll go back to the other ones. Because I think that maybe this one's different. What did I do with the lid to it? Yeah, that's a really good question. What did I do with the lid to it? But I am thinking I want to take something out of this one. Oh yeah. Let me see what colors I can come up with here. Thinking I might want to try using this again because I haven't used much of it. And if maybe, I don't know. Looks like I could use salmon here. I don't know. I'll pull it out and see if anything clicks with it or not. If it doesn't, I'll put it back in the box. Because this one's been hard for me to use because I don't know what I want to use it with. But this one's interesting color because I could use see how it's a dark green and it has purple intermixed in that one. Actually, I think I would like to use that one. I probably could use this. Yeah, let's keep that one out. And we'll put this one back. And let me see what I can use this with. All right. We'll just like getting everything here. Okay, let's see, I'm missing a lot. Is it light outside right now? Oh, I was going to mention about what it looked like outside right now. The moon is so beautiful right now, and the clouds they're kind of strange to be honest. The clouds look like they're sitting really low, and so when you're looking at the moon, it looks like there's this like tunnel to get to see into the moon. It's really beautiful actually, and it's very warm outside, which is kind of strange for me because usually March is a rough month for Greenland because it's always dumps so much snow. But I I was able to catch a couple of I'm gonna pull this one out because I might use that at some point. Because we need to use some green in here. I haven't used much green. And let me see here. I want to use that. Nope, I don't think so. But might use some of that and some of that. Anyway, um, it's beautiful outside. It's strange. It's strange because it's so warm. There's snow on the ground from where it snowed last night. It snowed maybe a half an inch or something because it's like a light dusting over the top of what had already melted. And what else did you ask me about the weather? Dang it. I need to back up. But it's not light outside. We do have a full moon. And this would be a good time to go take a picture of the lake because every time we get a full moon, I get interesting effects with the camera. But the clouds are just enough to probably not get that effect that I was getting when we had a something called the I don't know if you remember when we had that full moon that's called the Beaver's moon. And it was so big here. It was humongous. It was so it I know that you can't reach out and touch it, but it made it seem that way. And it lit up because there was snow all over the mountains and snow laying just on the top of the lake. It gave this very it made it look like it was daylight. Because when I looked at the pictures when I came back in, I'm like, dang, you would, because you could see the clouds, everything. And it looked like it was daytime when it wasn't. It was just the moon creating that with the whites. And because the snow was just fresh fallen and the sky had cleared, and it was just a really cool effect that it gave. And I talked too much and not getting anything done. All right. And I also want to use this pink right here. All right. What can I do? I want to know if this pink will go with this for one thing. And then I want to see if I can find that right color purple right there, because I might use the purple too. Seem to be using quite a bit of purple tonight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this up so you guys can see this. Let me press it and then you'll really be able to see it. Because it's got two different tones of purple in it. There's like a really deep, almost bluish color purple, and then a more lighter form of a violet maybe. Okay, so this is what it looks like. And I was thinking maybe if this pink might go okay with it, maybe. Because I could, well, I don't know if I have enough to do both triangles, though. That's the thing. It may not have enough to do both triangles with this piece, but I might have another, I think I have another piece of pink that's similar in color. I don't know, it might work. Maybe. Possibly. It could work. Anyway, I want you to look at this. And there's this, the other thing I wanted to look at is I wanted to see what would happen if you put this next. This is probably too dark. What do you think? If I use this as the 2/4 triangles, see how we have the 2/4 triangles right here? If I use that as the 2/4 triangles next to that blue, do you think that that's too dark? Actually, it seems like it stands out. What do you think? Look at this with this. I'll move the pink for a minute. Do you think these two would work together okay? Because it does have an interesting effect. And then what I could do is take one side of the half square triangle and do it in the pink, and do the other side, and maybe if I could find this right shade of purple right here to do on the other side. Yeah, it is 2:20 a.m. What time does the sun come up? Let me go see what time it's supposed to come up today, because our days are going to start getting longer. Hold on. Let me go look. And I'll tell you how many days daylight hours we are going to have this week. Hold on. And while I'm doing that, y'all take a look at this, because I'm thinking that I could make these the quarter triangles with this, and then for the half square triangle, which is this, I could do maybe half the pink and maybe a lighter purple here. So look at that while I go look up what you wanted me to look up. Okay, hold on. While I do that, you take a look, and I know I'm going to be in the way of this. Oh, what time is sunrise in Top Greenland today? 2020. Well, maybe I should just be able to put 2025 and it tell me. Unless it's being retarded. March the 12th. This is not March the 12th. This is the 16th, dude. All right, I need to put all the date in here. Let's see, 03/16. Sunrise today is going to be at 7:17 a.m. And let me see what time. Wait, it tells us what time sunset's going to be today, too. Looks like. Let me make sure. Okay. March the 16th. Sunrise is at 7:17 a.m. and sunset will be at 7:00 p.m. or 7:09 p.m. But so we're starting to get longer days now. Daylight will last 11 hours and 52 minutes. Let me put in here let me change the date to a different date. Let me see if I can do that. Okay, let's change this to the month of April. Sunrise, sunset. So by the end of April, this doesn't look right. By April the 30th, sunrise will be at 6 a.m. Sunset will be at 10:04 p.m. Now, if I move it to May, let's see what it says for the end of May, because it's going to get longer. By May the 31st, wait for it, sunrise will be at 4:47 a.m. and sunset will be at 11:17 p.m. So now that's May, and then I'm going to go to June because we're going to choose June the 21st. Because that's supposed to be the equinox, which is supposed to be the longest day. On June the 21st, wait, yeah, on June the 21st, sunrise is at 4:30 a.m. 1:31 a.m. and it says 11:40 p.m., but I think that's wrong. So, but anyway, we'll end up with about 22 hours of daylight. But we do have, well, that's actual sunrise, sunset. There's also what you call astronomical twilight, which that lasts a long time. So it does tell what the day length is. And let me see what it says is for the 21st. This says there's supposed to be 19 hours of daylight. Yeah. So anyway, you get the idea. Oh, okay. So anyway, daylight, I'll tell y'all, some of y'all have heard this story because we talk about it a lot, about how I don't. Oh, any answer on this? Let me backtrack and see what I care. Someone said they didn't like the greenish color against the black and red. What black and red? There's no red. Unless you're talking about my shirt. Misty says she thinks it works. Okay, so you're 5 hours ahead of me. You don't have to. For some reason, I thought you had said you had days with no darkness. I'm south of the Arctic Circle. I'm 60 degrees north. So we get 2 to 3 hours of daylight. I mean darkness. Sorry. Let me try that again. During the summer months, we get up to 22 hours of daylight, but during the winter months, we get about that same amount of time by winter solstice. This looks red. It's not. It's pink. See? And this is blue, navy blue. It's really dark navy color. It does look black in this camera down here though, but it's not. It's dark navy blue. Let me put a shade of red next to it. Hold on a minute. Let me see if I can find. Here's some red. There's red. What color is the fabric next to the blue and purple? This one? Or this one? Hold the middle fabric. Okay, hold up the middle fabric, please. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, they do look different when I hold them up. My laptop sees things different than my phone. And my phone might be hot by now. Okay, and then there's here I'll show you the difference between this pink and red. I mean, this is not like a pastel pink, but it's a pink color. And it might have like maroon, those marks that those designs you see in it is probably maroon, and maybe that's why it looks red. The camera doesn't tell the color well, yeah. Okay. And this definitely, it may look black, but it's really not black. It's a dark navy blue. And sometimes navy blue does look black. So what I was thinking I was going to do was, let me get rid of this red before we get confused. I was thinking since there's this dark purple here, which looks blue in this camera, I could do pink and maybe on the opposing side, maybe do a, not this dark of a purple because this is really dark, but maybe I could find a lighter purple to go with this pink. So let me see what I can find and we'll audition it. Do you think this purple's too light? And I'll hold it up to the camera so you can see it. It looks blue to the laptop, but to the phone, you can see that it's purple. That sounds like a good combo. What do y'all think? Just try it, Katie. It's a whole quilt. It'll probably look great, says Laura. Yeah, it will. I'm pretty sure of that. I don't think that any part of it's going to really make me unhappy. At least I don't think so. I mean, and then there's this. I mean, you know. Okay. So let me see here. Part of my, all right, so I'm going to use this as part of the half square triangle and the other part, a piece off of this scrap, which doesn't look like a scrap, but it is. Because I don't have any more that's left that I know of. All right. So let's see how we're going to do this. All right, 1, 2, okay. I need to cut just a little bit off. I'll be right back and we'll cut this off on the big table. Pulls the purple out of the main fabric below. Yep, and that's what I was trying to do. Or at least I think that's what it should do. Okay. All right, let's set this. I'm going to use these for the 2 half triangles, which I set. I think I'm going to 5 and something by, oh, yeah, 5 1/4 by something. All right, because I could go ahead and cut 2 pieces of that. All right, let's do that. Get me a straight line going on first. Let's try. All right. This. Then we put these 2 together. Let's have a straight edge over here. Now we have those 2 pieces made. Now all I got to do is decide on how big of a. I think I'm just going to make this the size of the square, which is 3. And I'm going to make it 3 1/4 just to be on the safe side. Or wait. Make it 3. Just make, because it's okay to be a little, and then I need, what did I do with the other color? Oh, the purple's right here. Okay. And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm just cutting enough to use right now. That way I don't have to use a big huge. Oh, this was already in pieces. Okay, good. All right. Okay, I got what I need to make this with. Let's get going. Okay. Joy T, I'm getting ready for bed. What you having for dinner? I think I'm still hungry. I know as soon as I get off of here, I'm gonna find something to eat before I go to bed because I'm gonna finish this block and then I think I'm going to stop afterwards. I'll re-show everything one more time though before I hang up. And I really appreciate y'all coming and watching me. I really appreciate it. Ooh, kielbasa, yum. It's been so long since I've had kielbasa. Oh my goodness. When I was in the States, I couldn't find any beef kielbasa. It was very weird. This one you're going to be controlled. That's why I'm getting a little weird. Yep. Okay. Now, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. All right. Got it. Let's get started now. You're in my way of my pedal, my love. Come on over here. Over here. Let me move you over because you got to be out of my way. I can't put my foot on the pedal because you pushed it all the way back, little one. You are so funny. There you go. Now let me get my pedal moved up here where I can get at it. She likes to sleep between my foot and my pedal, and then I can't reach it. Okay, let's get still before I get sidetracked here. Okay, so we need to sew the purple and the pink first. Then we're going to sew the greens and then the blue. Okay, so let's go ahead and put these face to face to each other, which is going to seem a little odd to start with. And yeah, I know I could have cut this one down too, and I didn't. But yeah, you know what? I am going to cut this one down to 3.5. Let me cut this down so it's not such a pain in the butt. Set that one aside. And then I'm going to leave that, I think. Okay. Uh-oh. Be on this side. This is so weird. Doing it like this. Okay. Then we're going to do this side. No. Okay, I got myself confused about the South Square Triangle. Maybe I should have left it big. Yeah. All right, bear with me here because I'm trying to work this out in my head. Because as you know, half square triangles teases me quite often. Well, no, angles teases me. That's what the problem is. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. Uh-oh. Need to put the thread back in my needle again. Oh my goodness. It's called Haluski. What's called Haluski? Hey, Janice, what's going on? I didn't hear from you on in an email. I don't know if you forgot or not. Okay, let's get it lined up. Oh, you did send me an email? Did that? Oh, let me go. Because when I checked my email earlier, I didn't see anything. Oh, you did answer my email. Uh-oh. Okay. Joy, let's see here. Is that a German dish? It sounds like something my aunt always made. No, it's okay. You don't, I just figured that you were busy, that's all. And I'm not upset about it or nothing like that. Nope, not at all. Sometimes life comes, family comes first or life comes first or whatever. One of them comes first always. But I'm good. We're just going to have to catch up next month. Sew together next month. It's okay. No problem at all. And this looks like the weirdest way of doing a blog. All right. I know this seems very weird, in fact. And I think I am going, wait, no, I'm not. I was about to say I had a problem, but no, I don't. I just thought I did. So your son's turning 16, Janice? What an age for, always a good age for kids, depending on whose point of view, anyway. we got that part done. Ta-da, there it is. It showed up. Yay, yay. All right, now here comes the fun part. Now we're going to do the two what looks like flying geese to me. But let me go press this under the iron. All right, now we're going to do number 3, which is over here. 21. Oh my gosh. I remember when mine turned 21, the only thing I could think of is, okay, we're at drinking age now. What's going to, there's always that worry. You know what I mean? But they're grown adults and you have to let them go. But it's not that easy and not that simple for sure. But happy birthday to your daughter, too. Both of them. Tell them I said happy birthday. So their birthdays are pretty close together. All right, I'm going to press this one. Oh, to be 21 again. This one this way. March is for Justin and June is for Jada. Okay, is it? Yeah, I like her name. Jada's a pretty name. Justin and Jada, JJ's. And I'm hoping I'm saying Jada's name right. Let me know if I'm not. Does your husband's name start with the J also? That's a good question. Nope, his name is Marlin. That's a good name too. I like Marlin. That's a really good name. Not a very common name, actually, that I know of. Get all these small pieces out of my way. Because now we're going to trim it a little bit, and then we're going to sew that half triangle on. Okay. Let's go press it. I might not have to trim it. Okay. Let's get it put on here. Number one, his name is Marlin. And then Jenny says the 3 J's and an M. The JJ. The JJ's and M. Oh, that's super cool. Marlin is pretty popular in Jamaica. I didn't know that. Wow, that's pretty cool. Hey, do you sew over those pins? On these paper, I do, but I slow down and make sure that that needle's not going to hit it. If I think it's going to be too close, I make sure to navigate that. You're looking at someone who doesn't see a danger in sewing with pins. And the reason is because when I was making my own clothes, I rarely ever hit a needle. I hit a needle tonight though, but not like hard on it. I scraped the side of it. But normally I don't even touch them. Now, if there are pins where I can see everything I'm doing, I'll pull them out as I go along. But since I use pen on paper piecing, you can't always see, you can see the top of it. But, yeah. So don't chew me out because I'm sewing over pins. I did it as a teenager and never broke one of my mama's needles, ever. And she sewed with straight pins too. She sewed right over the top of them. And I don't remember her breaking any either. So, I mean, I'm careful. I just don't deliberately ignore where the needle's at because I have had a needle and I've broken in the 5 years I've had this machine. I think I've broken 3 needles in 5 years. And the 3 needles I broke, I was using microchip needle, which is a bad idea when you're sewing with pins, because as soon as it even comes in contact with the needle, kaboom, it's gone. But I like the microchip. Sometimes I like to put the microchip in here because it gives really small holes. But I don't like, but I have also broke microchips because I was going through too thick of a, like where 5 or 6 seams come into one spot. They don't do well in those either. And I've broken a couple of doing just that, which is interesting. Okay, we just finished the last block, or the block for now. It's not the last block, but I feel like I've been very productive tonight. Well, since I started the live anyway. I think I've got a lot done today, actually, more than usual. Usually I hardly get anything done, which is weird, but it's because I talk too much. Anyway, let me show you this block first. All right. Janice, check this block out before you walk out. Okay, so this is block number 8 that I've made tonight. And then I'm going to go through again. Block 8. Katie, oh wait. I'm falling asleep. Good night, ladies. I'll lurk until I fall asleep. All right, ladies, I'm out, says Cynthia. Okay, well, I'm going to show these and then I'm going to stop this live afterwards. You have Katie more than me. Okay, so here's block 8, block 7, block 6, block 5, block 4, block 3, block 2, and block 1. So this is my scrappy night sew. And like I said, let me post the links one more time for this if you decide you want to test run this paper, because it's great for using up your scrap. And I am totally, I'm smitten. This is going to be a good way to also add to my scrap block collection, because between string blocks and this has been a lot of fun for me tonight. So this is what I've been sewing, scrappy triangles, and I'll share both links with you guys before I shut this down. And I appreciate all of you who, thank you, Laura Sup, thank you, Janice, thank you, Denise, thank you, Cynthia, thank all of you. She says, beautiful, I can't decide which one I like best. Anyway, let me share the links real quick again. So this is for, if you want to buy it from Fat Core Shop. And this one is if you want to go to her website and buy the other way. Okay. All right. So thank you for tonight or tonight, both, because I'm in the wee hours of the morning now. Remember to live, laugh, love, and dream. And don't forget today, Sunday, at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time will be the live with me, Myra, and Dana. Danny, sorry. Dana. Why do I want to call her Dana for? Anyway, her name is Danny of So Not an Expert, and Myra is a long-standing friend. You'll hear me call her Sissy. And we are going to have our second episode of the mental health thing that we started last month. So come join us for that. That starts at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I appreciate all of y'all. Thank you for coming and have a great night, and see you Sunday, I hope. Good night, all. See you on the next live. Mhm.